Hey, everybody. Anybody hear me? All right. Welcome to the show, everybody. We got Glenn Lambright, Freeman, Lady Dragon's Blood, Reaper, Judge and Executioner, Dutch Doyle, Gary UK, Kimball's, Vlad the Impaler, Unclean Hands, and if I've missed anybody in the welcome, well, everybody's welcome aboard. This is an open panel, open discussion. We're open to anything and everything y'all want to talk about. I do have a guest panelist that should be here, but he's running a bit late. It's Kick. The Archangel. And while we're waiting for Kick to get here, got Reaper, who's up on panel. If you can get him to shut up long enough to get anything done. All right. How you doing this morning or afternoon?
Oh.
Depending on where you're at.
Central time with you would be basically the same, so it's afternoon, more or less. No, fine.
Alrighty. Hey, Lady D.
Hello. How's my sound tonight?
You're sounding good.
Good. Of course, the cat wakes up now.
May the snort be with you. Of course.
That was your cat?
Yes.
I thought it was
He
mine.
was sound asleep. He was sound asleep until Mommy decided to go on panel, and now he's awake. If he gets too noisy, I'll go away.
I thought it was my cat because he just came running into the room to me. Holy crap, that was cool.
I'll do this, anyway. Be quiet.
Oh. This news now, Preston. This news now, Preston.
There you go. What's up, Hank?
Had two of you in the backstage. How you doing this morning?
Pretty good.
Or afternoon?
Pretty good.
Hey, Preston.
Looking at videos or anything? What do you think of them?
What was that?
I said you check the videos.
Yeah. I've been busy. I'm planning on catching up on those this afternoon after this panel's done. I want to take time where I could pay attention to them.
I can barely hear you. I don't know what's wrong with my volume. Hang on.
Can everybody else hear me all right?
Do it.
I can be fine.
Okay, it seems to be a problem on News Now. And so. Hey, Chris Casa.
Is somebody cutting wood or a motorcycle in the area?
That's my Sammy.
That's a happy
Oh,
cat.
that's the cat. I'm like, wait a minute. Why does it sound like a chainsaw or a motorcycle for a second? I'm like, somebody else's phone acting up here? Holy crap. Wow, that's loud, but it's
swear.
cool.
He doesn't do it until I want to do something, and then he starts. If I'm writing my stories and I need to concentrate, that's when he decides I become a human cat tree. Anytime I want to do something. But, you know, when I want his attention, like when I'm upset or sad and I would like a cuddle, do you think I can find the damn thing? No.
That sounds like my cat. He does the exact same thing.
No, it's a microphone cord, not a chew toy.
Hey, Sasquatch.
Good morning or afternoon. How's things?
Looks like we might put. Things are going good. We might get a cannonball from Tormund here.
Yeah, maybe. We built him a ramp on the other side.
If it gets to be annoying, let me know.
What, your kitties?
Yes,
I can't hear them.
Got a hat.
I can't. Oh, I touched him.
How
I
dare
heard that
you?
including my cat.
You're beneath me, human. You know that's what he's thinking.
Exactly.
Just feed me.
And of course,
feed me food.
he's only got 3 legs, so he uses that to his advantage. You know, when he wants to do something, he can act like he's got 8 legs and runs like a dynamo. But then when I'm chastising him for something, it's, Mommy, I've only got 3 legs. Take pity on me.
You know, they train us well.
Yeah. We are pets for cats.
Oh, dogs.
Yeah.
Pretty much any of our pets. And Tonic had a good stream.
Yeah.
He made it all except for 5 minutes. He fell asleep for 5 minutes. Right at the beginning.
Yeah. He was about 10 hours into it.
Yeah, wow.
Has anybody seen that new video by Glenn Serio where the lady at the post office just absolutely owned him?
Oh, yeah, that was funny.
Oh yeah, I saw
I wish
that
I
video.
could. I would love to buy that lady dinner. she fully understood the postal regulations, and it was wonderful.
I'm sure Schrodinger's cat will
Yeah.
do one on him.
Oh, I'm sure.
Or kick, or Ragical.
Unclean will probably have one on him too.
It's already getting spread like wildfire. He got decimated.
Yeah.
I was just laughing so hard I couldn't help it.
Good.
Yeah, Unclean just put it up, but he's got it premiering at 1:30. How you doing, Pat?
Well,
Everybody who's come in since I said my welcomes. Everybody's welcome. This is an open panel, open chat. The link is pinned at the top. Talk about anything you want to talk about. I do have a guest that's laid on that should be here. Kick. Not sure where he's at right now.
he's slacking.
Damien, the link is locked onto the top of the page on the chat. You can't miss it. Big and blue.
Dutch.
Hey, Dutch, you're not up here to tell me to shut
now
up.
if we can just get our postal employees to be as knowledgeable on postal regulations as that customer.
Maybe she should teach a class on it.
Well, they probably do. It's the way they teach it is, it's so mind numbing that, it's just in one ear out the other, and everybody passes, and yeah.
But what I liked what she said was she obviously knew what he was doing, and she said, I'm not going to put up with it anymore. She'd obviously watched auditors on YouTube and knew what he was all about. And I think if more people did that know what it is, and she was not, she didn't get in his face. She didn't use foul language. I thought she was rather calm. I think she was nervous. She misspoke a few times, but who cares? But I think if more people, re-educated ones on Poster 7 would do what she did, maybe we could shut more of them down.
Yeah. I went through my subscriber list, and I was amazed at how many auditors I was subscribed to.
Oh, I used to think that High Desert Community Watch was the first one that I ever saw.
Me too.
I thought what he was doing was new and fantastic, and I had no idea. And then came that thing when I don't think he goes by that name anymore, but the auditor time his name was Johnny Fowler.
Yeah.
Accidentally made a recording of High Desert Community Watch saying, when we don't get a reaction, we call the police.
Oh yeah.
Then I knew something was up.
Well, there was
And
another
he
one.
exposed that.
There was another
This
one.
was 3 or
Go
4
ahead.
years ago. This was 3 or 4 years ago. So then I stopped following, and then I also watched, what's his name, in Texas, PayPal Patty's friend.
Take the sheet.
He went by news. David Warden, Earl Warden.
Yeah, the rapist.
I thought he was okay. Yeah, until I started finding out stuff. And then I quit watching First Amendment auditors, and I was really into the Scientology busters. I was into Scientology because I had a friend that was a Scientologist was in the States at the time, and as I was sitting here a few years later, I got to thinking about it, and that was Nasty Nathaniel. I really enjoyed his work, and he was on a video not too long ago that Radical did when he showed frauditors at Gold Base in California. But then Nasty Nathaniel fell into that nasty trap as well and became a furry follower, and so I said, no, they're not auditors, they're frauditors. There is not a good one yet that I have found.
Has always been a furry follower.
Well, I was more into I didn't watch anything but the Scientology stuff, and furry didn't go on the Scientology stuff.
Well, when Johnny
He was with
Five-0 and Nasty Nate broke up.
Yeah, he was with they did I will still say that the audit that they did of Big Blue in California, the Scientology headquarters, they found a clandestine license plate reader in the tree on L. Ron Hubbard Road that runs right in front of Big Blue. And they called the police, and the police were, luckily, they got some police that were not in Scientology's pocket, because this is a big thing, especially in Hollywood division of the LA police. There are several divisions there that are in Scientology's pocket, and they will protect them. The sheriffs that patrol out at Gold Base, where that one that Radical did that's called Gold Base. That's where Miscavige lives when he's not in Clearwater. Gold Base is where the gold plates are supposedly hidden. L. Ron Hubbard's, the gold plates of L. Ron Hubbard are supposedly there. It's also where a lot of missing people are, like Shelley Miscavige, Miscavige's wife. She has not been seen for 3 or 4 years. They think she... Sorry.
Lady D, Kick just made it, so let me go ahead and bring him on up. Hey, Kick.
Hey, I am so sorry, bro. My family allowed me to sleep because I had only gotten like 3 hours the night prior. And my wife, my job just woke me up because they needed me to do something, and then I realized what time it was. So I am so sorry for being late.
Yeah, we had a show without you.
I figured something like, yeah.
I gotta tell you, I had the best night.
I
of
figured
sleep.
life was happening.
I had the best night of sleep I've had in like 4 days because I finally got to sleep in a bed.
It's always nice.
Congratulations, though, on your 500.
You made 500?
Yeah, I'm up to 550 now.
Oh,
Thank you so much for the positives, and hi everybody in the chat. Good to see y'all. Hello everyone here on the panel.
Hey, Kick.
good afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those that aren't familiar with your channel, you want to go ahead and introduce you to everybody? Introduce yourself to everybody?
No, I'm pretty sure I know everybody here, but just in case, I am Kick, keeping it criminal. I make videos about sovereign citizens, Moors, First Amendment auditors, and I point out the illegality and misinformation that they spread. And I also make fun of them to a slight degree, but I'm working towards a more active form of activism, I guess, by trying to shut them down. So that's pretty much it.
All right. For those that aren't familiar with your channel, you want to go ahead and introduce you to everybody? Introduce yourself to everybody?
Thank you so much for
All right.
And there's Kick's channel.
Yep, and I most of you have popularity aware of his channel and are subscribed, but just in case that's his link.
Thank you very
And
much.
I got a few of his videos pulled up that we'll be going through. Well, two of his videos, then someone else's live stream that is one of my favorite recent Kick clips that we'll be going through a little portion of that one.
Well, I cannot wait to see what you've selected.
Somebody's knocking at my
Oh,
door.
right. All right. Your stream last night that you had PP Payne up.
Yep.
Very good panel.
Oh, thank you very much.
That was one of the, I watched the replay this morning because of course it came on at 2 o'clock in the morning for me. I thought you were brilliant. I absolutely thought you were brilliant. You maintained control. You answered questions. He answered questions, and I have, as much as it kills me to say it, I have to give him props. He showed up, which a lot of those guys will say they will do it and they won't do it. At least he showed up. And he was reasonable to a degree. I didn't believe much that came out of his mouth, but I thought it was excellent.
Thank you. Yeah,
I'm sure he's doing victory laps this morning.
he may be, and you know, I was a little concerned throughout the thing. I didn't want to scare him off because he saw. I'm willing to bet that he saw what I did to Rogue Nation. He had the opportunity to flounce, and he didn't. You know, and I got to give huge props to Taco Josh for really helping to be there and bring down the tension. Because once we started getting into Poster 7, we started getting into the legality of things. That's where it got a little concerning, and you know, Payne felt that he was being attacked, and you know, partially he's right. I'm not necessarily attacking him as a person, though. I'm attacking what he's doing, and we were fortunate enough that that it didn't flare up too much. But I'm grateful that he did show and that he did answer the questions. I don't agree with many of the answers he gave. I don't believe many of them, but you know, that's yet to be seen. He said he was going to provide a lot of information to me, so I'm waiting to see that. And if I don't see anything that correlates what he said, then you know, that's where we're at.
Well, life happens. I gotta go.
And
Thanks.
see you, Sasquatch. Thanks for coming up.
Be well, Sass.
Yeah, maybe you can get Kay to crochet you some kick gloves for your merch store.
Yeah, I'll have to talk with Kay a little bit and see what's going on. Maybe we'll work out a little short run of something, you know.
Well, the other night, her on Judge's panel, she was a hoot.
Oh yeah.
I'd love to have her up on my panel, or see her up on your panel. She was a comedic rock star that night.
Mm-hmm.
But she had facts to back her, so.
Bear with me 1 second. I apologize. There we go. Perfect. I was waiting on something for work, and we were supposed to do it yesterday, but apparently they had some delays, so they called me just a little while ago to tell me, hey, you're the last person that needs to do this. So I'm done now. Now you have my full my full attention.
Alrighty. Well, the first of the videos I was going to pull up from you was your recent video on our little friend PP Payne.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, I'm playing catch up right now. There's just so much shit going on. So to give a little background on this, video, obviously the reason I created this one was more towards his post regarding the 13 military members that had passed, but it goes back to the video that we covered last night in the panel. Where he was arrested at the jail. So this gives a little bit more insight into his behavior because he did edit that video. And that was all to push the narrative. So when I saw that he had uploaded that, I said, shoot, there's two opportunities right here. One is to, point out what he literally did at that jail. And two, we need to rub him, into the dirt for what he did for that t-shirt. Was it knee-jerk reaction? Absolutely. But I got to tell you, with my own merch stores, when I create shirts, they never have the same description carry over. My merch stores have me type out a description.
And if I was going to do a special run to do a charity, to support a charity, I think I'd be extra careful to mention that in my description before I put it up.
Yep.
Can I ask, do you think he was telling the truth about that? That he accidentally did that?
I
couldn't tell.
From a personal standpoint, no. I don't think so. I believe that everything that he does is to go with that Russellville lawsuit. I think he's very much sold on the idea of it, and so he's going to maximize every avenue he can to fund that litigation that will ultimately be either thrown out or dismissed.
Yeah, or some go away money will be offered, and if I was a betting man, I would put money on the fact that he'd take the money and run while claiming victory all the way down the road.
Yep.
All right, but here's the video.
Jeremiah is a big fraud. Hey, welcome back to Keeping It Criminal. I am Kick, and of course I want to thank all my channel members. Also want to thank those who have upgraded their memberships recently. And if I don't sound like I'm too excited, it's because I'm still sick. But Jeremiah Payne has done something so egregious that I had absolutely no choice but to make a video today. You may know him as Auditors of America LDOF, which stands for Last Days of Freedom, and his last days of freedom are coming very soon. As we all know, Jeremiah likes to visit certain federally protected places, such as courthouses and post offices, while carrying a firearm, which is a federal offense. I've made sure to forward those videos as well as the audio clips where he is provoking police and other people that work at those locations while carrying a firearm. But last night, Jeremiah posted a new t-shirt to his merch store. That shirt has the picture of the 13 recently deceased Marines who were overseas, people who actually fought and died for their country. Jeremiah decided that this would be a gold mine and put their pictures all over a very poorly done t-shirt design, if you could call it that. He did this so that way he could pay for his attorney fees to file vexatious litigation against the city of Russellville, Kentucky.
After catching some flack from other channels like Hank's Corner and Judge and Executioner, Jeremiah recently changed how his shirt sales would be sent to a 501c3, the Wounded Warrior Project. But this was 12 to 14 hours too late, as the damage has already been done. I've also forwarded these screenshots, as well as his wonderful rhetoric, to the Russellville, Kentucky news stations and newspapers. I will also be forwarding a link to this video specifically. This goes to prove that Jeremiah has absolutely no class. He has no ethics. He has nothing but an absolute hate for the police, and it makes sense because he wants to make a quick buck. It's not about getting rich, though, in Jeremiah's case. According to an inside source, Jeremiah owes a large sum of money in back child support. So this gives me reason to believe that Jeremiah's so-called civil suits about his civil rights being infringed is just his way to cash in and get out from the mountain of debt that he has caused himself by being a waste on society and humanity. Rather than talk about these types of things, I figured that you deserve a treat as well. Jeremiah recently posted the edited footage from when he did the nighttime jail audit. You know, the one where he went back the next day and was arrested. And this footage shows exactly his provocation tactics. So, one of the things to look into here is obviously we've already been at the jail. Jeremiah is wandering around at the middle of the night. And these are the clips that he cut where he was just being an absolute jackwagon.
Already. Of course, the tyrants are going to be tyrants.
These are not tyrants. These are people who are trying to figure out what this jackwagon with a camera is doing in the middle of the night, skulking around a jail. Maybe you want to check in for the night.
What are they staring at, dude?
They're staring at an unethical bullshit artist with a camera.
Really?
Yes, really.
Yeah, go fuck off, boy. You're dismissed. Go back to work.
Says the guy who can't hold down a stable job.
Y'all see? Y'all see how these tyrant thugs are here? If it wasn't me, I guarantee you they would be out here right now.
They would be interested in checking out anyone who's lurking around the jail in the middle of the night. You aren't that freaking important, Jeremiah.
I'm giving them the bird, everybody.
You got a badass over here.
It is a little choppy on this end.
Yep, that's how they are here. If I had been anybody else, they'd be out here harassing them right now. That's the reason why they came out and looked the way they did. They're probably listening on the intercom right now because that's what they do. They constantly violate rights.
That's not what rights deprivations are.
They're tyrant thugs. They don't know how to be good. Like this unlawful cell phone sign saying you can't carry a cell phone in there. Damn sign.
One thing I wanted to add to with his tirade on that last night. One reason why they don't allow cell phones in there, they don't want people doing surveillance of the prisoner areas with cell phones. But
No, you're 100% correct on
dumbass
that.
doesn't think about things. Yeah.
No, and that's what I was trying to get him on was, having a purpose to be where they're going. The problem is that the interpretation of the word purpose is that they want to have their purpose be the primary one, but that's not the case. They're supposed to be a legitimate business purpose. And when we say legitimate business purpose, it's one as defined by the property with which you're visiting, not one that you just arbitrarily come up with because you've decided to take on this persona and position that nobody asked you to.
I mean, it used to be real easy to go in and film. A lot of the courthouses in my area, they've got really historic architecture, beautiful work. I love going in and filming it just for my personal reasons. I don't upload it on YouTube. I'm not filming anybody when I do it, but the architecture, it's beautiful. I love. Now it's hard to get there. It's hard. A lot of courthouses you can't go in without going through a lot of channels to get permission. And when they finally gave me permission, I had to have a chaperone with me to make sure I wasn't filming anything I shouldn't be, and that's because of these frauditors.
Exactly.
Thanks for helping my First Amendment rights.
Guy needs to come down.
That sign can't stop me because I can't read.
Little thugs. Sorry, I don't mean to offend anybody in Kentucky, but I hate to tell you that's how most of them are.
Your existence alone is offensive.
Everybody wants to diss me and dog me. I'm not from Kentucky. I don't live in Kentucky.
And Kentucky, thanks God.
It's just I'm here so much. Them stupid assholes think I am. That I do live here. I do have a room here that's reserved that I always stay in.
Which jail would that be
That
at?
way, we're not driving back and forth so much.
Yes, that would be in the Russellville, Kentucky jail, where you belong.
But, see, they record you, but when you record them, it's wrong.
They're not putting it on YouTube for money.
Go ahead and do a quick pause here. It's important that we see the difference, in recording, and obviously he wants to fit a narrative. Let's break that down, right? You go to a business, let's say you go to a bank, right? The bank's going to have cameras everywhere. The bank has interests that it needs to protect, right? But the bank also doesn't go and live stream the entirety of their security system for the internet to watch and monetize it. The bank also doesn't sell t-shirts about the right to record on the internet in order to monetize that as another revenue stream. Hospitals do the same thing. They have recording for security purposes because they need to protect their interests. You walking around with a cell phone at a jail has no business interest to protect. Unlike a bank, you have no money that anyone is stealing from you. Unlike a hospital, you may not have any narcotics on you that somebody's trying to steal from you. You can't correlate these things. They're completely different leagues.
Exactly.
Yeah. Kind of like with the interaction with Rogue Nation that night on the panel, I brought up the fact of and he fell right into my trap, where he was the one that said there's laws preventing you to cover somebody doing personal transactions such as at an ATM. Well, aren't people doing personal transactions at those counters at the DMVs and post office?
Yeah, that's
They
the dumbest
always-
Got
thing.
somebody backstage. Let me go ahead and bring them up real quick before we start.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Hi, guys. I'm.
Pretty good.
I see that your title is chill and chat, so I'm going to be chill. But I'm the opposite opinion. All right. I agree with auditors. I in fact value rights very much so. Not just in America, everywhere. I'm not American. But I've heard a few things, so I'm going to be cool with everybody. So just because you mightn't like what I have to say, and I don't like what you have to say, doesn't mean we can't be cool with each other. Okay? But there's
I'm
been
down.
a few. There's been
Yes, this is
in respect to you, Hank, obviously, because you're friends with my friend. So,
well, and
there's
this,
been
this
Go
panel, I do welcome people up with opposing opinions as long as we can discuss things in a civil manner.
that's cool. That's
Don't
what I'm
want
all about.
the screaming over each other.
Yeah. That's what I'm all about. Absolutely.
We might end up just agreeing to disagree, but we can discuss of the opposing opinions.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Because at the end of the day, we're all people, and we're all just trying to live our best lives, right? You don't have to agree with everybody. And it's impossible to agree with everybody. You can't keep all the people happy all the time, right? So, I kind of tuned in, and you were talking about Poster 7, and I've tuned in a few times and heard people going on about Poster 7 and Poster 7 this and Poster 7 doesn't say that. It doesn't really matter if there even was a Poster 7. Poster 7, the only reason auditors bring up Poster 7 is they're saying not only do we have freedom of the press, which supersedes anything you can post or put up on a poster or have rules for, this supersedes it, all right? Freedom of the press. And anybody, any citizen can be the press at that time, can report a story and put it out to people. So when they bring up Poster 7, it's not because they're saying this gives me the right to, it's saying, look, even your own rules are telling you that I'm allowed to do this. But Poster 7 really means nothing. It means nothing to nobody at the end of the day, because
no, it means
laws,
a lot to the conduct you need to. It means a lot to the conduct you must follow when you're in that facility.
Sure. I mean,
yes.
As long as it doesn't
public facility, but it is a limited public forum. Are you familiar with what that means?
Well, how do you mean, like restricted areas and stuff? Sure, there's restricted areas. I mean, you can't go up and
a limited
film
public
somebody.
forum is what a limited public forum means. Kik can correct me if I'm misstepping a little bit, but basically it means that it's a forum that was created by the government for a specific purpose. So it's a public access for those purposes.
Right.
Not for just anything you feel like doing in there.
No. But First Amendment auditors aren't doing just what they feel. They're exercising their rights. Like Amagates Press says, rights are like muscles. If you don't exercise them, you lose them. That's perfectly understandable, right? I'm all about rights. I don't particularly lean towards auditing. I'm just about rights in general. That I value my rights, and I value other people's rights. That's where I come from.
And
right?
that's totally understandable. So to kind of give a little bit more oomph to Hank's statement, a limited public forum is a type of designated public forum. Here the government limits access to a designated public forum to certain classes or types of speech. So by having a limited forum in that sense, you are conceding some of your rights within that forum to a degree. And so even though at the baseline and at the core of our structure of government, from a holistic standpoint, our individual rights are preserved, but in a limited public forum, your certain classes or types of speech, be it the filming or the freedom of the press or words that you say, you are conceding some of those things by being there.
Well, yeah, but not freedom of the press. There is nothing that will take away your freedom of the press except restricted areas. But that's it. But besides all that, the DHS memo from 2018, I think it was updated, says that in all federal property, people have the right to film in all public areas, lobbies, foyers, and all that. Right. So you have the right to film. There's nobody that can stop you filming. All right. Nobody or nothing. There's nothing out there that can stop you filming in federal lobbies, foyers, public accessible areas, and there's nothing that's going to take away your freedom of press. I'm sorry about that. Like it might be the whole thing you're bitching to, but the freedom of the press is a big deal. It's a very big deal. It's an old deal and it's a big deal, right? And nobody can take that away from you.
Well, that's
nobody
the
or
thing.
nothing.
It's not that it's being taken away from you. You see, everywhere
Sure.
that you visit, you concede something. Okay, if you go into a grocery store, you are conceding certain rights by being in that grocery store, by conforming to their policy. Okay?
Yeah, but you see, you're making fundamental mistake already. Again,
I'm not making any fundamental mistakes.
Sure,
How?
you are. What's the difference between public and private property?
Oh, well, you see, here's the beauty of that, right? A majority of
Right, go
these
ahead.
locations that the auditors like to go and visit are privately owned businesses that are accessible to the public.
Yeah, that makes it private property. That makes it on the same.
Okay, and
as
so
public property.
and as such, because the UPS or
But
United
you hear
States
what I
Postal
just-
Service.
Look, can we agree on that? That
No.
if they well, I'm sorry that's the fact. You're
No,
disagreeing with a fact.
That's
You're
not a
disagreeing with a
fact.
fact. It is a fact. Once a
What
public
fact
entity,
did you state?
But
Well, once a public entity.
hold up, hold up, please. Let's let each other get a complete sentence out before you try arguing the point. That way
All right.
we can have
Sorry.
complete discussion on it.
Sure, my bad. Go
All
ahead.
right,
Sorry.
go. Yeah,
So-
you go ahead and continue with your point, and then Kit can follow.
Yeah.
Once a government agency, government is public, right? So once a government agency rents a private property, it becomes public. It becomes publicly accessible. Again, there's nothing that can take away freedom of the press. Nothing. All right. Unless it's a private business, and a private business can say whatever they want. They can say on Wednesdays nobody with a red T-shirt, and you have to abide by that because it's a private property. But a public property, you can't. You can't put demands on people, whatever demands you want on people. All right. that was my
Okay.
point on that. So when you bring up Walmart and all
okay.
these things, it means nothing. It's not a good way to approach
Well,
an argument.
So can I rebut there?
Can
I rebut
put
real
something
quick,
in
Hank?
first, Kit?
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. All right. In those public areas that are meant for transacting with the intended purpose, such as a post office, personal information is being exchanged. Not even the news is able to sit and shoulder surf while people are doing that.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
And just because they're sitting across the room doesn't mean that they can't zoom in and see that information. So
Well,
limiting that ability is protecting people's personal
Yeah,
information,
but
which they
nobody-
have an obligation to do so.
But nobody's limiting that. No, the post office hasn't said you can't do that because do you know why? Because legally speaking, it's up to you to protect your private information. It's up to you to create your own privacy.
They are protecting it by saying you can't film.
No, they can't say
you
that.
can't film the
Legally.
counters and the transactions. Yes, they can.
No, you can't film on the other side of the counter.
It has been through federal court
On
that
the
you
other
cannot
side of the
film
counter.
some personal. You cannot film personal transactions such as interacting with an ATM.
Yeah, that's correct. Sure, that's correct. But in a post
Okay,
office, in
so
a
your
public
interaction
area,
at the counter of a post office, yes, you were. ATMs are in public spaces.
yeah, but you
My
also
post
have a
office
little
has an ATM in it.
right. But you're supposed to keep. If
So
you're
when I'm at that counter conducting my business with my personal information, I don't need to worry about some jackwagon with a camera on the other side of the room filming what I'm doing and worrying about my personal information going over YouTube
well,
without my knowledge or permission.
sorry, Hank, but even if there wasn't an auditor there, it's still possible to get that information. You can FOIA request those the post office videos, and you can do whatever the hell you want with them. You can
Yes.
put them on YouTube if you want, and
when
that
you
does
FOIA
catch.
those, there's a when you FOIA those, a process goes through where they have to watch it and redact any of the personal identifiable information. That is federal law.
Yeah,
So
I wouldn't count on that too much. If I was
so
you.
let me kind of step back
I
to
would, because if they are liable for any
Yeah. But
leaks of the information they allow to have happen.
But how are you going to prove that? You know,
But-
there's no way to prove it. There's no way to prove that some criminal took your details.
I can
from
show.
their cameras. Because you see, it's up to you to keep your details personal. If you're waiving your personal
Okay.
information in the air,
If I did a baseball bat and smashed the camera that's over my shoulder, that would be protecting my rights. I should not have to
No.
go to that measure. It should just be that they can say you can't film at this location doing that.
but Hank, are they really over your shoulder? If they are, well, then they shouldn't be. I agree with that. But I don't believe I've never seen an auditor
Does your camera not
try to
have
get
a
somebody's
function
number.
called a zoom?
I've never seen anybody try to
Does
get
the
anybody's
camera not
number.
have a function called a zoom?
Sure, it does, but I've never seen.
I've seen
I've watched
plenty
thousands.
of people. I've seen plenty of auditors that they get up close enough that with a little enhancement, you can get personal information off of what they're doing, whether they intend to or not.
Exactly.
I've never seen one bit of somebody customers' private details, and I've watched thousands of videos on auditing. I have.
Well,
I've
you
never
can go
seen-
watch. You can go watch the Glenn Serial videos in the post office where he's filming people with their packages sitting there, which has address information on it, which is
Oh, well, that's
personal
in public.
identifiable information.
No. That's in
Okay.
public. That's
all
up to
right,
them.
hold on,
Personal.
hold on, everyone, hold on. I wanted to.
Can I say something, please?
Well, hold on, lady. I want to
Okay.
jump
Been
back
waiting.
to something
Been
that
waiting.
Futoy is that how I see your name?
Yeah.
Okay, that Futoy had said not too long ago, and I just want to get down to brass tacks. Okay.
Sure.
So, what we're doing right now is we're arguing about after the fact. Somebody is already present inside of the post office, right? What we're not getting to is the core understanding of what's going on. And so there is a massive misunderstanding to begin with, and that is that the post office is not a federal entity. The post office is actually a private business that is funded by its own transactions with the public. So, with that being said, the post office has an equivalency to going into a Walmart or a
that's
or
not
an
right.
IKEA or something, because
that's
they
not
are
right.
funded by their own funds.
they're not.
That the
They're not.
employees are not federal employees. They may
No,
have
no.
federal abilities based on the fact that they work for the post office, which was created by the Constitution of the United States of America. However, because the post office is a separate entity and has no legislative or judicial or any other role within the federal government, it is a standalone business, and so thereby it can
Incorrect.
create its own rules and its own
Incorrect.
policies. Well, you can say that it's incorrect all you
It's
want, but that
incorrect.
doesn't make you right.
They take federal funds.
I'm
They're
not getting
not-
mad at you.
I'm not-
Why are
I'm not
you
getting
raising
mad
your
at you.
voice at me? And why are you
Oh,
interrupting
sorry.
me?
I apologize, but I mean,
I
you're-
have
you're
given.
going
Well,
at-
no,
you're
no,
not giving me a
Futoy,
chance-
Futoy,
You're not giving me a chance to interject.
Futoy.
I mean, you could go on for 10
I didn't
minutes.
interject in anything that you said, and you aren't
I don't-
having the
I don't
same
talk
level
for
of
20
respect
I
because
don't
you're.
talk for 20 minutes.
I'm not talking for 20 minutes. I started for
Say a
20 to
point.
30 seconds,
Say a-
sir.
Say a point and let me answer. That's fair.
My point is
Futoy.
okay, Futoy, if you really want to
Futoy.
get down to this, because
Take it
I've been
easy.
doing my level best to be civil with you, if you want to get down to the brass tacks on it, you're fucking wrong. Your
I'm not.
your
I absolutely-
interpretation of American law
No,
that
no.
you don't fucking understand is wrong, and you should see
No, it's
yourself
not.
out. Maybe go and get an education in criminal justice in America where those laws are applied, and determine the granularity and minutia of those laws, as well as the statutes that apply to the people in publicly accessible, privately owned businesses, including the fucking post office. And as far as Poster 7 is concerned, it is a reality because it is a privately owned entity that the public can access. So whether or not you agree with it means shit.
All right. The post office. Is it my turn? Have you finished? You good? You good?
Are you done being like? Are you done being fucking diminutive towards the people that you're on the panel with? I mean, really, could you take it above yourself to have a level of respect as a decent human being when you walk into a situation like this? Or are you going to continue to at least degrade us to some degree just because you disagree? I've done my level best to be civil, and you fucking crossed it.
Well, you see, this is why I don't see you as being valid, because you're in it for the money. You're making your channel you get funding, right? You get funding for your channel.
All of it has been donated into the community.
How? What?
I have given into GoFundMe's. I've donated to the hurricane funds for people who are watchdogs who lost their homes and property to the recent hurricanes. I've given money to the Catnap Foundation when she died so her family could bury her. I've given money to Virgo Triad, who had 2 different GoFundMe's, one of which was for medicine, and the other one was when she lost her home. If I've earned anything out of my channel, it has all gone back into the people who are there. None of it goes to me. You want to know why?
Well, I mean,
because I work over 60 hours a week, because I go to school and I don't have fucking time to monetize and make this a job. This is for fun.
He proves it. He proves it when he posts the receipts. He posts the receipts so that we can see the donations that he has made.
Good. Well, okay. I'm happy you do that, but you're not the only. Auditors do that too. I mean, Bud Grower feeds the homeless and the vets. I mean, people do that, right?
It would be nicer if he did it off of the back of something a little more legitimate and ethical, in my opinion.
You just interrupted me, dude.
I'm just giving back to you what you've given to me.
Okay, all right, fair enough. So tit for tat, that's your game. Okay. So
my game, I am adapting to yours. You're lucky that Hank has still got you up here.
Yeah, I mean, Hank wants to put me down.
Count yourself fucking lucky and know your place.
I don't mind. Hank wants to put me down, he can. No problem. Now, the post office is funded by federal funds. They take money from federal funds. If the post office doesn't have a contract with the local police, a written done contract with the police, they have no jurisdiction on a post office. Do you know why? Because the federal police have jurisdiction on a post office. So even though it is private, right? They're funded by the federals. They're policed by the feds. All right. So there you go. Okay, that's something you probably misunderstood. But I can see that you misunderstood a lot of things. But there's
that
case.
Well,
It's not private property.
there's an actual police agency that covers the post offices called postal inspectors.
Yeah, they're
Paid
federal
for
police.
through the post office. They are not federal police. They are postal inspectors.
I don't know about
Can I
that.
say something?
I think they are.
I am looking.
Well, you can think of things, but apparently you don't think correctly.
Well, go ahead,
I
Lee.
am looking at the USPS rules. Very clearly, in plain English, postmasters may restrict any and all photography if they determine that it is disruptive or there are potential security concerns. So at any point,
correct.
they can tell anyone
No.
to stop.
Well, you were correct.
That comes from the post office.
No, you're correct, but your interpretation isn't accurate, lady. Because
What qualifies
they
you to
can't-
interpret?
They can't say because you have a camera and a red T-shirt, we have to kick you out because you've got a red T-shirt and a camera. They can't do that. They can't.
It
just
didn't
pick
say
and
that.
choose. If somebody
It
is
said-
causing a disturbance, yes, you are 100% correct. If somebody's trying to take somebody's number and card numbers and that sort of personal details, then yes, you and Hank are 100%
And I have
correct on that.
watched
Yeah.
many frauditor videos that they're filming the counter, and number one, they're not allowed to do that. They're not allowed to film beyond the counter,
Beyond-
customers, postal workers, or pieces of mail. This
No,
is
they
also in the
they're
they
not.
are not.
They
That
are.
is
They
also
are.
that is also in the UPS code. I just
No,
read
no.
it.
No,
I just read it.
they can't. This has already been discussed with auditors. They can't go over the counter and film, but you cannot trespass the eyes. Anything the eyes
Oh
can
my
see,
God.
you can film.
Then
You
that
can't
was
trespass the eyes, but you can darn well sure
Okay.
trespass the cameraman.
No, you
Futoy,
can't.
what qualifies you to interpret law?
What qualifies you to interpret law? The same thing.
I'm in school for law.
Well, how do you know I'm not?
Well, I'm asking you the question. So if you fucking answer it, then I would know. What qualifies you? And don't tell me that you've been doing your own personal research at home, because
have,
then at
I
that
have.
point, then you're
I
not
have.
qualified.
I have been doing that, and I've also been.
You're an
watching-
armchair
I've been
quarterback of the law.
Sure,
And
I am.
I majored in administration of justice in college.
Sure, I am. But then why aren't all auditors arrested? If you guys are so correct, because you've gone to school for it, then you should know the
Because,
answer.
okay,
Why?
I do know the
Why?
answer.
More and more.
I do know the
Why
answer,
can't they
Futoy.
Why
I do-
haven't they been stopped going into post office? Why?
Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you
Go
if
ahead.
you stop. If you
ahead.
stop, Jesus Christ, it's called discretion. Discretion exists at every level of the criminal justice
my God.
spectrum, starting all the way at the bottom with the police. You see, if I was a police officer and I'm pulling over somebody for a brake light that's out, but their other two brake lights work, I have the discretion to give them a warning. I have the discretion to just say, you know what, you get a ticket, you get to go to court. That is discretion, right? Even when you go to court, the judge has discretion because they can set whatever bail within the bail terms of the statutes. They can sentence based on discretion, meaning that they can look at your history, okay? And when a majority of the police officers, which now they are informed about these fools wandering around with cameras to push a false narrative that it's about the camera when it's not, that they can say, you know what, you guys are just a bunch of assholes and we can't arrest you for being assholes. We could arrest you for breaking some of these rules, but because they have not trespassed you and you have not gone beyond the trespass notice, then you can leave. That is called discretion. You would learn that in criminal justice classes.
Discretion. That's your argument. Oh, Jesus, man. Are you telling
It
the
is an
truth here?
argument of legitimacy.
Oh, come on, man. That's why all these auditors keep on going into post office, because discretion.
Well, that's one
all
thing
the-
auditors don't have is discretion or ethics. I can tell you
so much
that.
discretion. Oh, here we go. Oh, my God. Come on, man.
Because it's not a job. I mean, police have a code of ethics that they have to follow. What do auditors
Yeah,
have? Just
fair
a bunch of tools on the internet who tell them, "Oh, hey, we're doing the right thing." Yeah, no, because if you keep looking, all auditors have done is create more laws that hurt them.
Right. Okay. Listen, guys, I have to go because I'm on another panel. But listen, thanks for having
Good
me.
luck.
And no hard feelings to anybody. Keep on doing what you're doing. I mean, this is how we learn as a people. This is how we grow. But but please keep open-minded and don't believe everything you hear. Thanks, guys. Peace out.
Fuck off.
I read that directly from
No,
the
lady,
UPS.
lady, relax. This was an intentional jab by some Rogue Nation fanboy to try to get at me, and that guy is a complete tool. He has no
I'm
idea
sorry.
what he's talking about, and he pushed everybody. He got exactly what he wanted, which was to raise ire. The problem is that he's too uneducated to understand anything that's being talked about. That's the point of all of the questions. Everyone wants to argue after the fact what they're doing, but nobody wants to get to the core of it. Who the fuck qualified you to interpret law, Futoy? I mean, really. Who the fuck qualified you besides YouTube University?
And did he just misspell fuckboy?
I have no fucking idea. It's funny, though, because, you know, he sounds like he's maybe from Scotland?
Got somebody backstage.
He had a UK accent,
was
definitely.
Ireland.
I was picking that
No,
out.
Ireland? He has
It
no
sounded
idea.
like Ireland.
He has no
That's,
idea.
I'm sorry that I got so upset, but I am sick to death of people attacking, like Kick and Artie and Schrodinger, and I'm tired of it, and I'm not going to listen to people attacking you guys anymore, because you do nothing but good for this community. And when he said that about the money, I thought I was going to blow.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was wondering because I was trying to interject 1,000 times over, but it seemed like I couldn't get through. And I'm you know what? I kept my mic quiet after that point. I'm gonna say this though, even though I tried to interject, I still shut my mic off. I gotta say it, Lady Kick, y'all turned around and literally just slammed the shit out of him in so many ways. And thank you, Lady, because you brought up a fact that I actually had up on my computer that you brought up. That's what I was gonna interject, but you beat me to it.
Kick, you're a bootlicker. It's okay.
Yeah,
No,
but
I'm
bring
good,
it up, no
Odin.
matter what facts we brought up to him, he was going to keep a closed mind to it.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the
definitely.
funny part, is they always deflect, stating that we're the ones that don't have the critical approaches or critical thinking when it comes to the law. And that's the thing. See, I'm going to classes where they teach you the proper application of critical thinking into the nuance of law. That's why I'm studying under a 30-year attorney. That's why I'm studying with other students. It's because it helps you see the...
I got that in the 70s in high school.
Yeah. They do that on purpose, so you can get the different perspectives, but you can have an idea of how the law can be viewed by general public and not by people whose job it is to interpret it.
Okay, can I jump in here real quick?
Yeah,
Poster
I
set.
didn't get the chance to ask him a counter to his why aren't more otters getting arrested. Well, if all the cops are breaking their or violating their civil rights, where are all the wins of civil rights lawsuits?
Kick?
The handful of wins
Kick, you
is
hear me?
not.
Yeah,
There
Dutch,
should be
you're
thousands of
speaking
them out
over
there
Hank.
If
Sorry,
what
Hank.
they say is true. I'm having some audio issues because I don't hear him at all.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear everybody.
Okay.
Let me
poster
drop down and
7.
come back up. Let
And
me drop down and
poster-
come back up and see if that helps.
Sorry about that. And poster 7 does give permission to the local police. It's in there on the side. You have to go and read the whole damn thing.
Dutch, say something, please.
Hi, Hank.
All right, I'm gonna have to go all the way out of StreamYard and come back. I'll be right back, folks.
Take your time.
So what's up, Dutch?
Hey, Kick. Nicely done.
Thank you.
That's yeah. He gave me a hard time September 11th, and nicely done. That's it.
Oh, that's all good, man. I appreciate it. There are those who are so mired in their own bullshit that they can't see it. You know, and that's just the way things are going to be. But I did get a, just in case anybody was interested in knowing, I got an email from Jeremiah Payne just a minute ago. He sent me an unlisted link to a video where he uploaded the body cam from his discussion with the fire department and about how they said his trespass was illegal. So I'm going to be looking over that later today. I want to see the legitimacy.
It's not. You can solicit as a police officer. You can solicit a trespass. Do you want him trespassed? You can ask him that. I don't understand why he thinks it's literally. You can't do that. You absolutely can ask a complainant what they want.
It fits within the SOVSIT ideology of threat, duress, and coercion. And what they think the police are doing is that they're coercing the location to give them a trespass. So it's not the same thing, but they're interpreting it as such, and that just goes to show the lack of education.
Can I ask a question? I know the police can say, "Do you want him trespassed?" and that's not solicitation. If the police officer said, "I can trespass him. Do you want me to trespass him?" Is that I don't understand what makes it a solicitation, Dutch.
Nothing.
Or Kick.
Nothing. You can honestly say, I can trespass him for you if you want to, and then they say yes, you arrest him. I mean, you just need to complain for the form. The police are just the vessel to place him under arrest and take him to the precinct. The person who's pressing trespass charges, they're the complaint. They talk to the DA. We're just a taxi service at that point. So we're not soliciting anything. So I don't understand what he means by solicitation. I mean, I'm not selling them a trespass. enforcing what they wanted. You know, there's some offenses to the law we must arrest, but there's some offenses to the law we can turn a blind eye to and use our discretion and say, have a walk.
Oh, there's
You
that
don't wanna have a
magical
walk,
word
you
again.
come with us.
Discretion.
Discretion. Cop for 21 years. I used it plenty of times.
Yeah. Well, and LDB, the other thing about it too is, you know, what they think soliciting means. Let's say Dutch was doing the same thing at that fire department with Jeremiah, right? And he walked up and said, "Hey, do you want this guy trespassed?" All right, that's not soliciting. That's just questioning. That's trying to figure out as part of his investigation. But if Dutch walked up and says, "Hey, either you tell me to trespass this guy, or I'm going to detain you for getting in the way of my investigation," then that would be coercion. That would fall within color of law illegality, which is what these First Amendment auditors want, is some form of color of law, and that's not the case. But it's a narrative that they want to push. So they extend it all the way out to the basics. Do you want this guy trespassed? Oh my God, they're coercing him. It's color of fucking law. And that's not the truth. That's the furthest thing from the truth.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just didn't understand what it was.
I really hate that guy.
And
I would.
I would not be surprised at all to find in some, like California or somewhere like that they've gotten ordinances against the police asking for if they can asking for a trespass or permission to trespass. But
I mean, if
it's
we
not the
applied that
norm.
logic to every other question they asked, Hank, I mean, you know, oh, can you identify the individual who attacked you? Oh no, now the police are stereotyping.
And
I mean, really?
And California laws are
Well,
totally
we use this
different.
thing called common sense, which seems to be very lacking on
Just
these
not common
arguments.
anymore. It's not common anymore. Strange. Just strange.
Yeah, and California laws
Yeah.
are totally different than like, New York.
Yeah. I can barely hear you, Odin. Can everybody else hear him good, or?
He's low.
He's very low.
Very low.
Okay.
He's low. Meanwhile, I'm blowing people's eardrums out. Shut up, Reaper.
Nah, Dutch, you're actually at a good level today.
Is that any better?
Oh, much better. Much
Oh,
better.
excellent.
Yeah.
So
Thank you, Dutch.
So to basically answer what Futoy was saying, everything that he was telling us is it has no basis in reality because he has no qualifications to interpret law. Plain and simple. He's just like every person that sits down and watches the news every day. I don't like something I heard, therefore I understand it to be whatever's been told to me, and I'm going to fight that good fight, and this will be the hill I die on.
No, not what I'm going to understand. Is whatever I want. When it's told to me, it's going to be whatever anybody's told to me that I like the best.
There
you
you
can
go.
hear 5 different ones, and he's going to pick the best one that fits his narrative at the time.
Exactly.
Either way, he's still going to jail.
And he'll nitpick through that one just to find the sentence he likes.
Right.
Mhm.
You know.
Cherry picking post to 7.
Or cherry picking Glick v. Kniff in the case of auditors. You know, they want to cherry pick the plaintiff and what they said about their distance when they were just making a statement about where they were located, even though that distance had no bearing on the ultimate ruling by the Supreme Court. The 10 feet that they were located at from the officer is not part of the ruling. Yet they want to use that as if it's law of the entirety of the 50 states when in fact it was only going to be to a certain district, not specifically to all states, and it still has nothing about the distance that you can film from.
Kick, have you read Adderley v. Florida?
No, not yet.
That was due to trespass on a school or a jail, and that was a SCOTUS case.
No, but I
was
am
just gonna
interested
say-
in seeing that.
The distance, just
Go
the
ahead.
distance thing is one of those things that, like Kik was talking about, that discretion
Mhm.
at the situation. one time an officer may feel comfortable, 10 feet's plenty fine. The next time they roll up, the situation may be different. They may want you 50 feet away. That's where discretion
And
comes in.
situation's gonna and time of day makes it different. You might be okay 20 feet in one direction, but they want you 50 feet in another direction because you're not in their line of sight.
Yep.
Exactly.
If you look at Glick v. Kniff, it has nothing to do with distance either. The Supreme Court ruling was determining whether or not they could charge the individual with wiretapping because they recorded the situation. That's it. It has nothing to do with First Amendment rights. It has to deal with the determination of whether or not they could qualify the person's recording of the incident as wiretapping, and they couldn't. And so, yeah, technically it could fit the First Amendment rights, but it has no bearing. And as far as safe distance is concerned, I have to say I'm disappointed in Florida because they put a actual distance in their proposed statute of 30 feet. And when you set a legitimate distance like that, you're putting the onus on the officers to correctly determine where 30 feet actually is. So now what? Are we going to have auditors running around with tape measures pretending that they're measuring the subway footlongs and finding out that they're 11 inches and not 12? But just at crime scenes? Oh, let me pull out my tape measure while you're pulling over this guy who's known for drugs and weapons and make sure that I'm actually 30 feet and not 29 feet and 11 inches away.
What's scary about that, Kick, is they'll have these laser pointer measurement thing, and they'll point it at a cop's head, and shit can happen.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
and
shit, I
what
seen
is
that
30
after
feet
that.
from? Is it from the officer? Is it from the subject or is it from the vehicle that's being pulled over?
That's the thing. I mean, in my opinion, if you're going to a scene where the police have a whole bunch of people where they have somebody pulled over, and it could be a potentially dangerous scene, you can't put a distance measure on that. Because if the bullets start flying, bullets can move at hundreds of feet per second. 30 feet means nothing to a bullet.
A brick wall doesn't mean nothing to a bullet.
Depends on the bullet.
Oh, yeah. Then they have this thing where you
Anybody else
can't...
have anything? Oh,
sorry, Hank. Then they have this thing where they say you can't trespass their eyes. That was for a Fourth Amendment violation, if I remember right. I don't know what law it is.
And the same argument I said about filming somebody at an ATM, that has made it through court. Federal court has agreed that it's not legal to videotape somebody doing a private transaction such as at an ATM. It is still legal for you to stand behind somebody in line and look over at the ATM. So your eyes can see that, but if you use a camera, you have crossed boundaries. Because the eyes don't have features like zoom. You can't put your eye on a selfie stick and hold it up an extra 5 feet.
Mm-hmm.
But there I go again, trying to use some common sense.
Right. Well, I am gonna run. I woke up extremely late. I haven't eaten, and I'm gonna go grab some coffee. But I appreciate you having me up. And Futoy, I appreciate you getting my adrenaline going. That gave me a little more wake-up juice than coffee would. So, thanks inadvertently, I guess. I'm not sure. But if you ever want to debate, get an education first, and then come see me. I'll make the same exact request to you as I made to Douche Nation. Go to a few criminal justice classes. Start looking at some of the some of the stuff that they teach. Don't just listen to the auditing community. Don't get lost in your echo chamber. Apply some proper critical thinking, and then we'll talk. But until then, enjoy your relevance.
And if you got questions,
All right,
talk
well,
to a
appreciate
blood.
you coming up, Kick.
Not a problem.
Oh, go ahead.
Congratulations, Hank, again. I can't wait to see you hit 1,000. Everyone, please make sure to share out Hank. He's an awesome person. He's a huge supporter of my channel as well as many others in the community. And I just like King Leo and Simon and Gary UK and many others here, Hank has just been a wonderful person to have by our side, and I couldn't think of anybody else that I would want to see succeed. So congratulations, and I'm looking forward to your further success, sir.
Thanks, Kick.
Take care, Kick. Prayers
Y'all
for
be
your
well.
family.
Have a great day.
Be safe, Kick.
Have a good one, Kick.
All right, let me. Anybody else got anything they want to add before we continue on with the video?
No, I think I said enough.
Oh,
no.
Oh,
Doing like I normally do, sulking here. Stalking.
Is Artie in your stream?
I have not seen him.
A damn vampire. I'll see if I can get him for you.
All right. While you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and continue on with the video for a bit.
Kind of like a library or something. Because they don't want you to see that flag laying in there. Oh, look, there's fat boys. There's the fat boys. Run, bitches.
Oh no, this isn't provocation at all. Said no one ever. And by the way, putting that text on the bottom is just trying to sell a narrative of stupidity that you follow, you jackass.
Y'all see them? Probably not. That's the license plate of all the employees that are here tonight. We will do an open records to find out who they are, their salaries, and everything.
That's not how that works.
If I can, I'll even get their work hours. I will ask for everything.
Wait,
Nothing.
If nobody cares about me, why are you watching my videos, Ryan? Because you even admit it on camera, you watch it. I've seen your videos.
Yes, we watch your videos so we can catch your lies and educate people on your lies.
Can I help you, sir?
Nope.
Yes, we'd like a room for one, preferably indefinite.
Is his video choppy?
Can I help you, sir?
I said no.
No, I'm having some
No.
internet issues.
Do you understand no?
I understand you're standing on the front porch. I have to check to see what you need.
Can you not tell what I'm doing?
Nope.
Yeah, right.
You have a good day, sir.
Oh, that saccharine sweet. You have a good day, sir, is the equivalent of a southern bless your heart.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Go fuck yourself.
You have a good day as well, sir.
If you're a fan of this channel and you've watched some of my older videos on Jeremiah, you know exactly how this ends. He goes back to the jail the next day and gets arrested on a warrant for interfering with police communications. That's because he was shining his flashlight into the cameras as well as the windows of the monitoring station where the police watch those cameras. I recommend that you share this video out so that way people can be exposed to Jeremiah and his provocative nature. I do have to give him credit though, because he does say one thing in an earlier video that I can't help but agree with.
Y'all kick rocks?
Damn straight, Jeremiah, kick does rock. And if you think that kick rocks, make sure to check out the link in my description for my new Kick Rocks t-shirts and other.
Oh, good God. They grow 'em stupid down there, I say.
Alrighty. What's that?
Oh, I was just saying they grow 'em stupid down there.
The stupid never ends.
Yeah.
Hopefully it ain't contagious.
Yeah, and he's so dumb he thinks we believe his lies. Excuse me.
The only good thing I can say about him was
And
he did show up for kick last night, so he may have lied the whole entire time, but at least he showed up.
That was
Yeah,
one good
40%
thing. And the
for a
funny
lot of
thing
them.
is there was more than 500 people watching too. That was a surprise and a half.
yeah, judging from the comments in the chat, not many of them were supportive of PayPal paying some opinions.
From what I heard, Hank, there was several people that were supposed friends of his that subscribed to him were also turning around telling him to tell the truth. They basically turned on him like like a friggin' pack of wild wolves.
Yep. I mean, his bullshit's so thick, even bullshitters want to run away. But those of you that have joined in since we started, everybody's welcome. Glad you can make it. Hopefully you enjoy. Sorry, I'm having some internet issues right now, so video quality might not be as good as normal. I'm also having it's also causing some audio issues for me. I do apologize in advance, but this is an open panel with open discussion, so anybody's welcome to come up and join in.
You got a storm down in your area, don't you, Hank?
It's sunny right now. I don't know what's causing the issue.
Hank, if you're anywhere in the, well, you said you're central, so I'm going to take a major wild guess. Basically, the areas have been having issues out here because I'm central as well. And internet and cell phone disruption has been like a major pain in the neck. Trust me, I know. I've been going through it myself. Even my computer was acting up pretty badly.
Well, there's supposed to be higher than normal solar flare activity happening, so that might have something to do with it.
Yeah, they did
Yeah,
say
that
something.
will affect
They
it.
said it was like a 2 or 3 level.
Used to be back in the days when I had a television and they had solar flare activity. It would show up on the television at the same time every day.
Well, this is an open panel, open chats. The link is pinned at the top if anybody wants to join. Oh, Soden decided to drop. Trying to catch up a little bit on the chat. Yeah. Yeah. If you haven't watched the live stream that Kick did last night with Jeremiah Payne, it's worth going back and watching. I kind of hope Kick does a follow-up video of some of the points that holds him to the showing the proof that Jeremiah talked about.
I will be curious that Kick made that deal with him at the end that if he wins his court case or loses his court case, he has to get rid of his channel.
I don't trust that he'll honor that at all.
No, I don't either, but we'll see.
He won't.
The only thing that's gonna get him off the internet is if he's not scamming enough money off of people off the internet anymore, and he's got other scams to go try.
He's gonna have to go back to peddling
In my
his ass.
personal opinion.
What got me was he didn't even appear to be thankful for the. I gather some of the community members did the Amazon wish list for his sons and sent some gifts.
Mm-hmm.
It was just kind of like he just, oh, thanks, I appreciate it. If someone had done something like that for me, I would have been in tears, gushing with thanks. It was almost like,
Well, you could tell in his answers he doesn't care about those kids.
no.
Yeah.
And
I hope nobody heard my last one.
if the kids did say about him, I can understand why they don't like him.
Mm-hmm.
When Karen turned around and did the broadcast of it and everything like that, they pretty much, said their piece. They were extremely thankful to everybody that helped out. And they pretty much said it right off the bat. If you look at it from the way I've seen it, and I kind of read between the lines and the looks on their faces, basically saying, yeah, our father, fuck him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. It's kind of sad to see kids talking about their fathers like that, but I don't really see him being qualified as a father. He's just a sperm donor as far as I'm concerned.
It's just like, and when these sovereign citizens pull these driving, not traveling antics and get their windows busted with their children in the car, it makes me so sad for the children because the children didn't ask to be put in that position.
And I would hope that there's some charges added onto that of endangering their children, like they're doing.
Yes, there should be.
I mean,
Or even when they have their dogs in the car.
Willful ignorance, yeah. Yeah.
I think in some states they are doing that now, but I can't confirm it.
Children should never have to pay for the stupidity of their parents, and often they do.
Well, little P.P. Payne likes to have his wife and daughter close by when he's doing his audits. Does he really want his daughter seeing him get arrested?
Or worse off, gets shot if he carries a gun again like the last time.
Yeah.
How how is he even allowed to have a gun?
If
Isn't
he's
he-
not a felon, he's still got a. If he's not a felon, he's still got the right to carry.
So it has to be a felony conviction, not just an
Yep.
conviction. Okay.
Right. A trespass charge isn't going to end your rights to. A trespass conviction is not going to end your rights to carry.
I went from a country that has the Second Amendment to a country that's extremely regulated. I mean, you can own a handgun in Germany. It's very difficult. You have to go through psychological evaluation tests. You have to be taken out on the gun range and have a proficiency test. There's laws about you can't store the weapon within so many meters of the ammunition. And with certain handguns, you have to have at least $1 million in liability insurance.
Wow.
They ever did that out here, people would be losing their weapons in a heartbeat.
And, you know, but it makes a difference because the police officers here, while they would not put up, like with sovereign citizens, they wouldn't argue with them for 20 minutes about something. It would be done and over with very quickly. But they also know that when they walk up to a car, the average person is not going to have a weapon, you know. So they're a lot calmer to begin with because they know chances are they're not under threat.
Well, all my interaction with the Polizei has been very civil. They're friendly and nice, and through my observations, I see when you take it to a point, they ramp up very quickly.
Yeah.
You get a warning there that you're crossing that line. You continue to cross it. They don't.
Then you're
they
in
don't
trouble.
play.
They don't play.
Mhm.
No. But up to that point, they are extremely pleasant and patient and, you know.
I just want to add something to Taze's comment. Not necessarily true. You have to have the legal right to possess a firearm to carry open or concealed. So if you're not of legal age to possess a handgun, you can't open carry and conceal carry. If you're a felon and lost the right to carrying firearms, there is limits to it. But anybody who's going to carry open or concealed, whether it's licensed or constitutional carry, I highly suggest you look into concealed carry insurance or carry insurance.
Is it not required?
When you need it, no. You can suck up all your own legal fees if you had to. But I like having the peace of mind knowing I've got the insurance.
Hello, Hank.
Hey, Glenn. How you doing today?
Pretty good. Hello, Lady Drag.
Hey, Glenn.
Hello, Weeper. Oh, he dropped off. How y'all doing?
I'm doing good. And Reaper's back.
I seriously
Hello, Weeper.
Keep this bloody phone. Hey, Rabbit, what's going on, buddy?
Ah, pretty good. How about yourself?
Other than my phone constantly kicking me off the stream, I don't know why. I'm doing pretty good. This is what,
Yeah,
twice
hey.
now, mate?
Yeah. Well, I had to get me a new phone because Simple Fast, the phone I had before this other one, it wouldn't it like install. Hopefully the new phone won't do that.
Hope so, Glenn.
Yeah, this is a new phone. I've only had it about 6 months, and it's been acting up worse than my old one did. My old one worked. I mean, I can go on a stream like this, not a problem whatsoever. I could turn around and do what I needed to do. This thing here has been driving me insane. Constantly doing whatever I want.
Yeah, well, my old, I mean, ain't really wasn't that much wasn't wrong with my old one. It just wouldn't do like with something like Facebook Messenger, wouldn't do like with StreamYards, there's a couple things wouldn't do right. I'm like, well, okay. I got this one with Android, but it's a different Android.
The updated Android version. They're still having serious issues with the Android systems in general. I've been noticing that. I think that might be what it is, because this is an Android as well. They said that they had some bad code in it. They were talking about that on TV for a couple of days, saying that about Android phones.
Yeah. Well, you know, that thing, you know, with the Android phones, you know, see, I can get the cheaper, the Family Dollar Android. And it do just that good, you know, what the expensive one does. If you're familiar with all Android, you know, you pretty much got it all of them figured out. You know, all on the same thing, but it got the different coding to it.
Yeah, a lot of them are coded differently, that's for sure.
And your carrier makes a big difference. You can have the exact same model of phone that works great on one carrier and sucks on another carrier.
Type of phone, yep.
I'm going to say something very shocking. I don't own a cell phone, I don't own a television, and I don't own a radio. So I can't speak to what you're speaking to.
Well, don't feel bad. There's some people out there that don't own none of that.
The only thing
All
I'd
right.
like to have a cell
You can
phone
go ahead
for
and-
is to play games.
You can do that with a tablet without having to go with a cell phone.
That's true, but some of the
And most
games,
same game.
well, like, I've always kind of wanted to play on the Among Us streams that AMG has, but the game costs money for the computer and it's free on the phone. That would be the only difference. Some stuff is
I
free
thought it
for
was
the
free on
phone
the
that you have to.
computer, too.
No, I tried it. It's $9.95. You have to buy a package or something. Maybe I looked in the wrong place. I don't know. Okay,
Alright.
shutting up now.
I'm not sure. I've watched people play Among Us. I haven't tried to play it yet.
Well,
I got
you
the
know
next
what?
video queued up.
Here's the
Hopefully it
thing
goes
about
smooth.
it. Go ahead. It'd be like you talking.
Go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead,
I was
Glenn.
fixing to say, well, that, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Can y'all, okay, what I was fixing to say was, no, these cell phone, what they got now, it's like a computer. I mean, it ain't really that much of different. The only difference is you can actually make a call on cell phone. I ain't really for sure about computer, but I know on cell phone it's kind of like a computer.
Yeah.
Actually, he's
All
right
right,
about
well, I
that.
got the
They are
next video.
kind of like that. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I got the next video queued up, so let's go ahead and give her a look.
Oh, this one makes me boil.
Hey, welcome back to Keeping It Criminal. I am Kick, and of course, I want to thank all of my channel members. I also want to make note that we have new membership tiers. So if you are interested in upgrading your membership, just check that button below right next to the subscribe or use the link in the description. So who is our criminal today? Well, we've seen him all before. He's made noises that none of us like. Oh! Somebody spit in his face.
She spit me on my face right now. She spit in my face.
And he enjoys really ugly, gaudy, and fake jewelry. It's Silence Boy. Oh. Silence Boy did a big brain move and audited a funeral.
Oh no, I think this is the wrong one, but I'll still be here.
Everywhere you go is the wrong place.
Yeah. This guy is tripping.
Anyone with a brain would be tripping if they had to come face to face with some jackwagon with a camera infiltrating a funeral. You don't have enough respect for the living. You sure as hell don't have respect for the dead.
It's really funny. Actually, this is a church. I didn't realize that. Huh?
Do you know anybody here?
No.
Can you go record somewhere else? Just out of respect, please.
He has no respect for himself, much less anyone else.
It is public, dude. You can't really tell me that.
No, I know, but with
You
their
could be
money-
recording anywhere I want to. I'm in public.
Bro, I'm
Here,
not gonna
okay?
ask you again.
Back off, okay?
I could deal with
Okay? Back off, I'm warning you. Yeah, I know, but you're getting too close to my bubble, dude. Okay? Back off, I already told you. He told you.
I know you're,
Okay?
I know you're screaming for your streamer.
No, shut up and let me alone, okay?
One thing that really grates me on this interaction that he just went through, at no point did the individual ever tell me he couldn't film there. He just said, out of respect, could you film somewhere else? And then not so Silent Boy has to go on a tirade about how he can film wherever he wants because reasons.
Yeah.
It's a novel idea. If you want people in the public to leave you alone, don't go in the public and record people who don't want to be recorded.
I know you're screaming for your streamers, and I get that, bro. But I'm just saying, can you, out of respect?
No, okay? You gotta let me respect me. Go tell that guy over there. Okay?
Okay, if you want to record respect, whatever.
See? Then why are you starting problems?
You started the problem by being there.
Starting problems, dude.
You know your little taser don't scare me. You're lucky I have people here that know me. Okay? I'm
I
gonna...
have a lot of people too. Street. Okay? You don't scare me neither. ¿Por qué molestan a la gente? Yo estoy aquí grabando algo. Okay?
Oh, you're bothering people. Would you prefer I tell you in Spanish? Molestas a todos donde quiera que vayas, jerk.
No molesten, okay? La calle no le pertenece a usted. Yo tengo mucha gente y la van a ver en el internet. A mí no me gana usted.
He had the nerve to tell them that they don't own the street and that he's got a lot of people on the internet watching them. Looking by the size of this crowd, there's quite a few people who wouldn't mind taking a misdemeanor for this one.
This is gonna turn deadly because that guy They almost got tased by me.
You don't have any business here.
It's a funeral, man.
I know, but you saw how they got hostile?
Well, I'm sorry they got hostile.
This guy
with you.
got in my face.
She spit me on my face.
I'm
Yeah, I was
sorry-
gonna tase him, dude.
I'm sorry about that, but just let them.
Okay?
They're honoring their dead one. So, you know.
I know, but you don't get in my face, dude.
We're not okay. Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, I know. We're sorry for that. You know, you could just go on.
You could have just said it's a funeral and that's simple.
Okay,
Not
it's a
look for
funeral.
problems.
Just go on.
But you need to leave.
Okay?
I'm not gonna do anything. Look, I told you.
You could have just told me and it's simple. I thought it was a moving film.
You're full of crap. That guy in the brown shirt there already told you this was a funeral. You had to go and run to the cops for protection because you knew that your ass was going to get handed to you.
That's why.
And I don't know if any of y'all have ever witnessed a film crew in public, but they have these things called cameras all over the freaking place. It's kind of obvious when it's a film.
And not only that, they turn around and they cordon off the area so people like him don't get in. It's screw up the
Well,
shot.
and he has filmed movie
I make a
sets
comment?
and
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was fixing to say, that same thing about the, like whenever they do like film, they got like a yellow tape like the cop does, and when they tape off the area that where they don't want the people to go, and and that help coordinate the people not to go there and go in that area where they film it. Well, that's the same way with funerals. They don't use the yellow tape, but common sense say, hey, pride and respect, don't record funeral home or cemetery.
Yeah,
Well,
I know that.
Yeah, well, you're making the mistake that he's got common decency.
he has filmed movie sets and the movie sets that I've seen him film, huge lights, tents, people running around with notebooks and headphones. This was no movie set, and he knew it.
No, I can safely say that what he was saying is the biggest load of BS I've ever heard of, because I've dealt with a movie set area. I ought to know.
Yeah.
It is literally cordoned off within almost a half-mile radius, depending on how big the set's going to be. Yeah, it was an Adam Sandler movie out in Massachusetts, so that's just how I know for a fact. You got security posted, you got police officers posted,
yeah,
and you got crew every which way but loose. They keep the area completely sealed off from any airhead like this one from turning around and spoiling the shot or turning around and trying to rob the trailers or anything of that nature, considering the fact that all that equipment is right there. You're talking $1 million equipment here. You're not talking, what he's using, a selfie stick.
Yeah.
So that kind of stuff that he's doing, him saying he thought it was a movie. Listen, if it was a movie set, the streets would have been cordoned off. It would have been literally wrapped, within a quarter-mile to a half-mile radius, depending. And nobody would even be able to get through on the streets or anything. Not to mention, you got a hearse right there. He filmed it from the start. You can't call it a movie set. I mean, that right there says it all.
No, I agree with you there. And on top of that, they also got heavy security personnel, to keep all of that under control.
Yeah, literally. There's police officers there. I mean, it's right there on the screen. And you probably got security people that are at this funeral, like the guy in the tan jacket or whatever, who's pretty much probably a security officer himself. It may be family to him, but he may also be a police officer, security guard, or something of that nature. Obviously, he's going to turn around and say something.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got any affiliation with law enforcement or security. He could just be a grieving family member who tried to reach out to Silence Boy's common decency, not knowing that he didn't have any.
Yeah.
But his film, that's just a bold-faced lie about like the next lie he's about to tell about not that he's going to erase this and not put it on YouTube.
Yeah.
listen to what I got.
Let me hear what you got to say.
When I came to you, I asked you, please, can you out of respect not record? I asked you before anything. I asked you, do you know anybody here?
Yeah.
No, I'm just recording. And I told you we're mourning someone. Out of respect, can you not record the people?
Yeah, then yeah, I'm not gonna record you anymore then.
No, I know. Okay.
Because I thought it was a filming set. That's why, and you got aggressive to me.
Just in case, and I get that, and I respect.
I didn't disrespect you, dude. I didn't ever told you a bad word or nothing.
No, I didn't disrespect you either. My brother's sentimental right now.
Yeah.
That's my aunt in there.
Okay.
He got a little hostile with you, but I don't mean any intention to hurt you or do anything bad.
Then we're in the right side. Then I'm sorry, but let me give you the hand if I insulted you, but I'm not gonna film you. I thought it was a filming set. That's why.
I get that, but
I don't know what's going on. I'm here outside, but so I will stop filming then because it's not. I don't want to record something that already passed away.
Yeah.
It's not even fair. I'm gonna just delete it.
I hope to God that you washed your hands after touching that walking pile of ugh. Silence Boy does not delete the video, obviously. He then stands around and films the police officers in the middle of the street as they're, I assume, talking about the funeral procession and how to move forward with it. As far as I can tell, he didn't protect anyone's rights. All he did was over-exercise his and pester a whole lot of people who were in mourning. Of course, nothing came from this, so I'm going to go ahead and give us a little palate cleanser.
Could you read? Yeah, I'll all this alcohol. Hold on. I don't take any drugs. My wife's
Breathalyzer, mate.
I don't do drugs.
I believe you. I believe you.
I'm against drugs.
Breathalyzer, Chris.
Blow hard.
Breathalyzer. It's a radio, you muppet.
And this is where we're going to leave it today. Thanks for stopping by. Subscribe if you haven't. Drop a like if you enjoyed the content. And let me know in the comment section what you think. Of course, have a great day, be well, and above all, be good to each other.
What he didn't show is at the end of that video, you know, where he shows the shot of the police car in the middle of the street. He stands there and yell at the funeral, in front of all the people at the funeral, and yells at the cop and tells him to get back to work, that he shouldn't be blocking the traffic.
Yeah. It shouldn't surprise anybody that this crap basket will stoop that low.
Hank, we all know that there's so many of them out there
I don't
doing
know of him breaking any law. Yeah. And whether or not that what he's doing is illegal, which I don't know of anything he did that crossed the line into being illegal, but it's immoral as hell. And morality should count for something.
Well, here's another thing to look at, between him, Green Serial, Omaha, and there's a few others as well that does the same thing. And they don't really think about what the outcome that gonna be.
Yeah,
They're
they're thinking about the almighty dollar, and that's about it.
What goes around comes around. It may not be tomorrow, it may not be next week, but it will come around.
When it comes to most of them, it has come around.
Yeah, look at Josh Abel, the AFA, when he say this. He was a good auditor, but he ain't the best. He ain't no Joe Cool, but to my opinion, he kind of down there at the bottom.
Just because he's got a silver tongue doesn't mean what he was doing was right or noble. He had no moral code or ethics to anything he ever did. He was just out to make a buck.
Yeah.
That one I look at a lot of them, like Omaha. If you look at what he did, look at Green Serial. A lot of the auditors trying to say they make a difference, but they really out for making money. They don't follow it, in my opinion.
Here's an example. Amagansett Press. A lot of people think he's pretty good. He thinks he got this big win in the auditor world because of that $9,500 settlement that he got from that city in Colorado. We all know a settlement is not a win. If he was not in it for the money, if he was in it to make changes like they're always talking about, and if he didn't like the way that the rule was set up for the reason that he got trespassed, then why didn't he go ahead and challenge it in court and do what he said he's going to do and affect change? Make changes. You make changes in court. Instead, he took the money and ran. What changed? Did he change that rule at the post office? Does the post office have to get better signage now? Do they have to take down poster 7? No. It was about how much money he could get out of them and make a settlement because the town didn't want to spend triple the amount to take him to court. Wasn't about making changes, like they say, because that would have been a perfect opportunity for him to challenge those rules in court.
Yeah, settlements are not wins.
No.
Well, you look at, here's something else to think about. If you want to make a change, like, on the subject like this, for instance, you got people, go out, film the cop, and point out the good and bad, what they did right and what they did wrong. Well, you got people, like, we talked about this somewhere. Omaha, Green Cereal, and a lot of the others that just make claim like that. They ain't doing it for nobody. They ain't got no legit reason to do it. In fact, they want to go out and they saw how the actual white people are doing it for the right reason. That way making money, their own money, not care about anything.
I think a good auditor, I don't have a problem with anyone filming the police because we know there are good ones and there are bad ones. And I think in some cases filming them is fine. You stay back, you do not become part of the scene, you don't interfere, and if you do film something you think the officer did wrong, you turn that film over to the city attorney and you don't give a fig about the views and the money. You're doing it because you saw something that needed to be changed. Mm-hmm. That's what a good auditor would do.
I agree, Dave.
Yeah. Yeah, especially some of these auditors that go up and get in the cop's face, cussing them up and down, saying some of the most horrendous shit they can think of to get a reaction from the cops. And then when the cops react, oh, you should be above that. You're public servants. Just because they're public servants doesn't mean they're superhuman abilities to ignore the crap that they throw at them.
Exactly. And plus it puts then you're putting, now the police are focused on you as the auditor and not the person, say, at the traffic stop. Because oftentimes a traffic stop is just a single officer. Maybe he has a partner, maybe not. Now he's distracted from that because the guy with the camera is approaching, especially at night. Now who's to say the guy in the car isn't going to say, oh, now I've got my opportunity. I'll either shoot the cop or I'll run away. They don't think about these things.
No. Some of them might think about it and hope that something spectacular happens so they can go viral with it.
It's all about the money and the views. That's all it is. Period.
Mostly the money.
Yeah.
You know, it would be good is to find one of these dumbasses, turn around and film them while they turn around and being stupid and put it up on YouTube or something like that. And, you know, instead of just pulling their videos from their systems.
Kind of like Telecline's doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of sort of like that, yeah.
Exactly what Telecline, yeah. And what Gary Snow's done. If one of my mods can drop the link for Telecline and Gary Snow, those are both got good examples of auditing auditors, and you see how the auditors, I mean, hell, Glenn Serio called the cops on her for doing the same thing he does day in, day out, but he's calling it stalking.
They don't like it when we do it to them.
Yeah.
Basically, they don't like it when we do it to them, but yet they're right there to turn around and call it out when they see it. But when you turn around and expose their stupidity, you basically I need a police officer. Shut up, all right? You've got one right in front of you. You're being an asshole too. Give me a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
you know, if you think about it, you know, that's what Green Cereal about, too. It's okay he do it to everybody else, but it ain't okay everybody do it to him.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the whole thing is. Even when it comes down to Hank and everybody that's turning around and exposing them on the system. What they're doing, because what if it's the opposite? What if one of us decided to turn around and show up there with a bloody camera? I mean, I don't care, a beta camera for all I care, you know, whatever, and turn around and start filming them while they're turning around and causing an issue with something going on the other end. They don't like it now, do they? Well,
nope.
You know what? Good for the goose is good for the gander.
There needs to be a auditing the auditors community or something.
I'll tell you someone that I subscribe to, you know.
Yeah.
I want to say about a year or so, almost right there a year ago. I can't tell you the name now, but every summer, you know, you take your son out with, you know, they travel around like different states, and they go to like different places, you know, government places, and like the town halls and stuff like that, you know. If I can find out, figure out who it is now.
I think Amagansett.
That's what Amagansett Press does.
Is it Amagansett Press?
Yeah, that's who it is.
Yeah.
Him and son go around like.
He wants to play all innocent and high and mighty with what he's doing, but I just watched a video the other day. It was prime example where he was stalking this young lady who was a patron. She was conducting business in the post office. She made it known on several occasions she wasn't comfortable with what he was doing, yet he kept following her and asking her more questions.
Yeah. And he's also the one that he'll go to the back of the post office because the sign says about vehicles and not people, not humans, just vehicles, unauthorized vehicles. And I thought, now wait a minute, who drives those authorized vehicles? Authorized people.
Personnel.
Those vehicles, Yeah, you don't just get out at the gate
Yeah,
and tell
well-
the car, go into the park, you know, an authorized person, you know. And
Yeah.
if it's restricted
The
to
auditors
author-
who do that. But the auditors who do that should be so proud of themselves because they can apply common sense that most everybody else can and stays out of there, that now tax money is going to have to be spent on coming up with new signs that you'll probably
Exactly.
come up with some other problem with.
the post office doesn't have money to go out there and make a bunch of new signs that says unauthorized people, you know. Anybody with common sense knows
Well, there's
that a
other
restricted
signage.
area.
There's other signage on those fences they just ignore, like the restricted area sign.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. But if it doesn't specifically, if it just says restricted so-and-so vehicles, authorized vehicles only, is what
Yeah,
the
I've
one
seen
sign
them.
said. You know, oh, it's just for vehicles, it's not for people. Well, like I said, those are not magic cars. People drive those cars, so common sense tells me that if I'm not authorized, I don't go back there. But then again, they don't have common sense.
There's all kinds of signs when it comes down to post office, but they all ignore them.
I ain't thinking let me on my head, jump down and I'll catch y'all later about 3:30.
All right. Have a good one, Glenn.
Have a good one, Jack Rabbit.
The last clip I've got today is a clip that is one of my favorite performances by Kick. It's when he confronted Rogue Nation on Kenny Klein's panel a few weeks back. The link to this panel is in the description below. If you want to see the full interaction or the full stream, go ahead and go check it out. But I went up to the point where it started getting good, in my opinion. Go ahead and get this shared.
If you'll indulge me.
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
Who hurt you?
You did.
No. Who hurt you? Was it the police? Was it a bad experience as a kid? Was it that you took a charge that you didn't need to when you were a teenager? Was it somebody in your family was a bad police officer? Who hurt you?
Nobody. No, he doesn't have legitimate questions, honey.
I find that very hard to believe.
He's a crackerjack psychologist now.
No. I just want to know who hurt you.
He wants
'Cause
to
it's
know
not
why
your
you
fault.
do what you do. He wants to know why you do what you do. I'm assuming.
Okay. So he could have just asked that instead of trying to go the crackerjack psychologist. But really,
A way
the
to
reason
be
why I do-
diminutive towards me. I mean, I'm just trying to ask some legitimate questions because I want to build an emotional bond here and actually treat you as a human being. But please go on and mudsling, Rogue. I'm here for it.
Well, then just ask me straight up. Why do you do what
Rogue,
you do?
why do you do what you do, sir? Since I have to conform to your rules because you run this fucking panel, sir.
Guys. Who touched you in your no-no spot?
Nobody did anything to me. That's why I follow the fucking law.
But
so do
aren't
I,
you-
buddy.
Aren't you a
Ah,
crackerjack?
bullshit.
Kick.
I know.
Go ahead and check my record, homie.
But aren't you a
You can
crackerjack
shove your
lawyer?
record up your ass, you fake ass journalist bullshit artist. All you do is come on here on the internet, wave a fucking camera around in people's faces, and pretend that you're protecting rights and everybody else. You're a fucking useless piece of shit and a waste of human flesh. You are a drain on humanity, a waste of oxygen, and you should apologize to every fucking tree you pass. Because all you do is spread motherfucking misinformation. And you won't hold yourself responsible or accountable for your own actions. You are a fucking child in a man's body.
Sir, I believe you're triggered.
No, I'm
believe
done
that
with
was
the
very well
bullshit
said.
from children who walk around pretending that they're men.
The only person triggered here is you, bro. You've been put in your place and you know it.
I believe he's right.
So the next thing that you can audit, Rogue, is you can shove your fucking camera up your ass and send me a video of your colon, you fucking useless git.
Whoa.
You'd almost make an Aussie cut kick.
Calm down a little bit here.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know, in all fairness, you know, Rogue has been pretty quiet. You know,
Maybe you should be quieter.
well,
But I mean,
you know,
Rogue, you accused him of being a crackerjack psychologist, but aren't you a crackerjack lawyer?
No, mic drop.
As a matter,
I mean, you know, you've got to be a fucking retard to call yourself, you know, Captain Awesome or whatever the fuck you think you are.
It's major.
He's got a promotion to major now.
Oh, he's promoted himself, has he? Yeah,
No,
well,
no.
nobody else would.
It was a field commission.
Can we not use the R word, please?
The who word?
The R word.
Ah.
That's
Sorry,
all.
did I use it?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm lost. What's the R word?
What the hell?
R-E-T-A.
Oh,
yeah, okay, yeah, fair call.
I mean, you know, it's not cool.
But you know, people when they lose their temper tend to say,
Just out of curiosity, who gave him a field commission?
Oh,
I think he pulled it from his colon that we might be getting an audit from soon.
He has. I think he has either a family member or a friend or something, and I think he said the French Legion, and they were talking, and he thought it was funny, and then he gave him a promotion to major. That's how he explained it.
Well, now we're just dogpiling on him with insults. Come on.
Well, no, that's not no. Someone asked, and that's what he told me. I'm just letting people know that's what he told me.
Foreign Legion would have him for dinner.
Not foreign, French
And
Legion. I'm
Kick,
sorry,
you know what?
French Legion.
Kick, I love your videos and.
Is the French Foreign Legion?
That's right. Yeah, no, I just realized that, Hank. Thanks.
But Kick, you can't get as excited as you do about, something as minimal as this in your life. You got
Tim,
much bigger things ahead of you.
Tim,
Tim just pulled it in.
Tim, I'm passionate about making a
I
real
love
change in the world.
I love
A real change.
All right. So here's the thing. So let's talk about that for a second. We have some intelligent people on here. Well, what can we do that's going to do some real change? Rogue, why don't you start?
Can I drop down?
No. Well, yeah, if you
Just
want
put
to.
a sock in it, Tim.
Actually, Kick.
Oh, that's what I've been waiting to hear for months. Thank
All
you,
right, Tim.
Morgan.
Hold on, Tim. Relax. So, Kick, you're talking about some real change. Why don't you give us some examples of some of the things you're talking about? Rogue, then you give some examples, and then we'll just go around and we can have a actual discussion about this and see if either we're going to agree to disagree or we're going to agree with each other, and we might learn something new about the other person.
This is true.
So, when it comes to providing effective change obviously comes from action. Action is something that we can all take, and it takes many different forms. And yeah, I'm speaking a little flowery, but what I'm doing is I'm trying to keep my heart rate down because I got to tell you, it is frustrating to be in this position to speak with people who are not open enough to understand what's being spoken to. So I'm going to do my very best to keep myself in a calm place, that my frustrations lie with humanity and the lack of society's responsibility for their actions. So when it comes down to it, if you want to change something, get an education, go to school, get a degree, write your legislators, write your congressmen. If you don't want to write them and you hate them, run for an office after you get a degree. Don't want to run for office? Get a degree in accounting, because then you can do something called auditing, where you can audit the books. You can see where the money actually goes. Don't want to audit money? Fine. Then you can audit the ethics and the morals that these independent divisions are built on. You can actually build a foundation of internal and individual ethics that can fit with what your concepts are about the world and use those things. The world needs bright minds that are open to make change, but you cannot force change. You have to work towards it and make small efforts. The guerrilla terrorist tactics of showing up with cameras at small businesses is not a way to affect change unless you want a law named after you when they start arresting people for doing what you do, right? If you want to actually change it in a way that's formative for the rest of society, then you have to go through the steps that are established in society. The rest of the things that you're trying to do, the rest of the things that we see, auditors, sovereign citizens, Moors, all of these groups that fall into the same buckets, is that they're looking for a cheat code to life, because life is fucking hard. Life is complicated. We want an easy answer, and that's not the case. We're not all going to know everything. But the concept of being open to being wrong, of being open to learning something new and changing who we are to fit the world, because the world is not going to agree with everything we have. You can still be an individual. You can still have beliefs and your rights and all of those great things, but you can't affect change if what you're doing has absolutely no basis in legitimate change as it stands. Otherwise, you're just another whack job that's going to be called Florida Man in the newspaper when you get arrested for something. That's the concept I'm trying to move past. That's what frustrates me so much. There are too many people who abuse their rights without saying, you know, gosh, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should think about these other people I'm talking to. Maybe I should think about these people that I'm filming. Maybe I should be concerned about their children. These people might not want their children to be all over YouTube where there's over 2 billion registered users. But no, that doesn't cross the minds of people that aren't based in legitimacy. Those are the things that aren't thought about by people who are selfish. Those aren't the things that are thought about by self-absorbed, self-aggrandizing, postulating, low education individuals who think they're more important than they are. That's my statement.
Okay, now,
all right. There's more to it than that, but if y'all want to watch his full interaction, the link is down in the description. It's good for it's a good one. It's good for some good laughs, but there's great information that Kick is really good at putting out.
It was absolutely outstanding.
That to me was definitely says a whole hell of a lot.
And he never did get an answer to his question. Who hurt him?
He does go into a line of BS later. Well, sounds like a line of BS to me. Talked about some school boys reformatory that was in his area.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Greg.
G'day, Hank, Lady, Reaper. How's it going?
Hello, Gregory.
Hello, Greg. How you doing, buddy?
Not bad. I walked in just as I was cracking that funny in that video.
Yeah.
That was a good video. Kick lost it big time that night. Day.
Yeah, but
Understandably.
can he lose it so much as just letting his passion run free for a few minutes?
100%. 100%. And even though he lost it, he still put forward a good argument. I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the same. You piss on me enough, I'll come back at you, cranky. G'day, Hornet. So what's happening over there at the moment? The sun's just about to come up here.
It's coming up on 2:30 here.
That cool.
It's 21:26 where I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to think for a moment military time isn't my forte. We work in 12-hour clocks.
9:26.
Yep, cool. Yeah, well, like I said, 5 o'clock in the morning, Monday morning. So, well, 26 past 5, Monday morning. And it's school holiday, so nothing's happening much, which is cool.
Yeah.
Granddaughter's
You deal
over
with the
visiting
24-hour clock enough.
Yeah, I could imagine.
I could hear that purring in the background.
Yeah, when you deal with the 24-hour clock enough, it just becomes, you don't even realize that
you're talking in it or
using it.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, but if you're not good at mathematics and you don't use it much, I'd sometimes hesitate before I say what the time is.
When I first moved to Germany, they do military time. It's my computer says 21:27. My digital clock says 21:27. It took me forever because I wasn't. What time is it? I have to,
Yeah, I'd be lost. I'd be going, huh? What? Yeah, no, I'd much rather let's just look at a 12-hour clock and go, oh, yeah, okay, I know the time now.
Well, it's much easier to tell the difference between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. when you use 6 a.m. or 0600 and 1800.
Yep, too true.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a clock there for a while that just had a dot. And the dot was either at the top of the number or at the bottom of the number to determine AM or PM. That one used to confuse me a little.
And the one thing about using military time over regular time is you cannot AM PM yourself with an alarm.
Yeah, I've done that. Oh my God!
I think we all have one time or another.
Yeah, the last job I had, they wanted me to ride all the time in military time. You know, I just had a habit, just ride 12-hour clock all the time. It's forever getting in trouble for it.
I used to have to do it military time and regular time. It was a pain in the ass. So I actually got a clock. I got 2 clocks to figure it out.
Yeah, that's the guy.
What gets really confusing is like if I'm talking to several friends over different time zones, those like Greenwich +1, Greenwich +2, Greenwich +3. Wait, I'm barely good with the military time.
Yeah,
All I
well,
know is
we're +10.
I'm +1, so.
Yeah. Oh, that makes it easier for me to work, yeah.
Well, it's Greenwich Mean Time doesn't have anything to do with morning or evening.
No,
it's
just
what your time zone is based on. Greenwich +1, meaning the Greenwich Mean Time plus an hour or minus an hour.
It's kind of the equivalent of Pacific, Mountain, Central, and Eastern.
Yeah,
time
just on
zones
an
in the US.
just done on an international basis.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you get the confusion of I'm in a different day to you lot.
Yeah.
And then in for the time change, we change at let's see, when do you fall back at is it the 1st of October?
Oh no, we're
it varies.
it's always I think it's the last week in October. So then sometimes when I want to call home, I have to remember, oh, now I'm 8 hours ahead instead of 7. You know, oh, why can't we just all be on the same time?
Half the states here have daylight saving and the other half don't. I live in Queensland, we don't have daylight saving. So it's confusing. And the state beneath me has daylight saving. So when I'm working out my logbook in the truck, I get so confused, and I've been pinged for it before, where I've pulled up at the weighbridge and I've been out by an hour and get knocked off for an offence.
Yeah.
So,
then you got some real anomalies like Afghanistan that's off by a half hour from everybody else on the planet.
That'd be right. They're a bit like that. They've been off from the rest of the planet for centuries.
And what is it? Is it Indiana that doesn't? I know there's a couple of states, but I know Indiana is one of the ones that doesn't change times. So if you live in Illinois, but you work in Indiana, one time you're late to work, the next time you're early to work.
So Damien, we've got years have gone back to normal time now. He's saying that it was the first Sunday in October, so October, that's to come. Duh, I'm with it.
Yeah, no, we're still in the added hour.
I'll be so pleased when it goes back to normal, and the rest of the country comes back to their senses.
Spring is the one that always got more people caught off guard, especially in the military, when you can get in real trouble for being late.
Oh yeah.
Getting hours, showing up an hour late because you forgot to change your clocks is not a valid excuse.
The military don't accept any excuse for that, do they? Tardiness is just forbidden.
Nope. Yeah.
I'd be screwed. I'm going to be late for my own funeral.
and it just seemed like most of my units, if we weren't deployed when the time change happened, we'd have a movement scheduled on the day the time changed. And if you miss movement, that's real trouble.
Yeah. What sort of punishment would they give you? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Missing movement can be, it could be anywhere from company grade UCMJ, which is non-judicial punishment, meaning the commander decides what the punishment is, and it got to stay within certain parameters. Then you go up to field grade UCMJ, which is done at the next higher command, which they get to decide the punishment. The punishment just like the lower command does, except they have more power in what they can do.
Yeah.
Reduction in rank, more of a reduction in rank, higher time of restricted duty, things like that. And then missing movement can actually get you court-martialed.
Ooh. Yeah, our military law is they changed it a few decades ago now. But here, if you stuff up, they can make you do your duty hours again for free, basically. No added bonus for doing another 8 hours of duty because you screwed up in your first 8 hours. Then your commanding officer can just go, right, you're screwed, buddy. You're staying for another 8.
Yeah, but a lot of it depends on a word that Kick brought up earlier. Discretion.
Yeah.
Your chain of command has the discretion on what they do with it.
Yeah, and here we've got various military prisons that you can, if your sentence is up to 2 weeks, then you spend it in a small military prison. Anything above that, you go to our major prison, which is Holsworthy in Sydney, and nobody likes to go there. Not even the guys who guard it.
It's not Wentworth?
No. Holsworthy here. That's a name that invokes fear in the military. And there used to be one up here in Brisbane, just up the road from me at Indooroopilly. Absolutely beautiful place, but not if you're a prisoner or a guard. I mean, they cop it nearly as hard as the prisoners do.
Yeah, at least in the U.S. Army, I'm not sure about the other branches, but we used to have each installation would have its own confinement section for short-term confinements.
Yeah.
It was a confinement correctional facility. And they would be in their own barracks, basically back like they're back in basic training for everything they do, and then they were doing all the scut work that needed to be done on post.
Yeah. From what I've heard and seen of our military prisons, essentially it's, the poor buggers, everything is done at the quick step. There's no walking anywhere, you run. You stand to attention all the time, and you're doing the bellowing and all the sirring and getting to do interesting jobs like dig a hole, fill it in, and just dig another hole, fill it in, dig a hole, fill it in, all day.
One of the 6 bases that we had here in Mannheim was Coleman Barracks, and it was a military prison, and it was more in a more wooded section. But there was a restaurant called the Schützenhaus. It was also a place where you could go and shoot guns, but they had a very good restaurant. But you'd have to go through Coleman Barracks to get there, right? Skirt the outside. Oftentimes I would see those poor prisoner soldiers, they were just running them to death.
Yeah, and somebody running along behind them, bellowing like a madman.
Riding in a Jeep.
Yeah, all right, Klaus.
Yeah.
In the glass house, there's an old term.
Then they had, one time they had, I don't know, one of the soldiers on one of the bases went nuts and took a tank and drove the tank through Mannheim, terrorizing people. Bless his soul, he crashed it off a bridge and went down into the Rhine River, and that was the end of that. But that was quite terrifying. That was not when I was here, but my spouse remembered it well and said that everybody, because they didn't know whether he had armed it.
That was
They
back
knew
in
it
the,
had ammunition.
that was back
but
in the
they didn't-
70s, wasn't it?
Yeah, the late 70s, early 80s, and they went off the Friedrich Eberbrücke Brücke Bridge down into the Rhine River. It was quite something.
Yeah, it would have been. Yeah, we had some guy steal an armoured personnel carrier and go for a run, one of those old-fashioned Vietnam era tank-tracked personnel carriers, and he ran rampant for a while before they got him. And they were worried as well whether he had actually got arms, but he had drunk and nicked it out of the barracks and luckily didn't have any weapons on board. But I think, from memory, I think they shot him in the end. Sorry?
Yeah. The incident she was talking about was back in the Cold War when a lot of the installations' tanks were always combat loaded and ready to go unless they're under maintenance.
Yeah, that would have been a worry. Yeah, you never used to see the military here with guns on the vehicles when they were running around, but now it's quite a common sight to see the military vehicles rolling down the road with 50 cal hanging off the top of it, and you think, wow, okay, we're up a level.
And another thing that struck me about being here is I stood on the actual street corner where MacArthur was killed.
I didn't even know he was killed, was he? Yeah, live and learn.
Well, this has been a controversy.
I thought it was Patton.
Patton.
I thought
Sorry,
Patton
Patton.
was-
Sorry. My mistake. It was Patton. Yeah, he died in the hospital over in Heidelberg, but they say was something to the accident, but there's always been a conspiracy that he was murdered, but to actually stand on the spot, that was kind of
We've got to. Sorry.
inspiring, I guess. Not inspiring because it led to his death, but because that was where it happened.
No, we've here in Brisbane, we've got MacArthur's headquarters in the old Commonwealth Bank in the middle of the city, and they've still got his office there, all preserved with all these the pipe and all that sort of rubbish on it, and still kept there, preserved as it was at the end of the war, and is now there's a museum essentially. But it's always interesting to see that, and was the site of the Battle of Brisbane, where the US military took on the Australians. Or the Australians took on the US military, depends on your viewpoint. Sorry?
Oftentimes when they're doing construction here, they will uncover a bomb, an undetonated bomb. There for a while they were doing some renovations in downtown Mannheim. It was almost a weekly occurrence that they would find these ordnances still left over.
You would in Germany. Enough bombs were dropped on the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we've got...
also in Germany...
yeah.
They still got a lot of the military barracks buildings being utilized in Germany. When those buildings get renovated, they've got to redo this. They've got to dig deeper to do the structures, and they've found all sorts of arms caches buried, hidden, buried in a sub basement.
Wow.
And Schweinfurt, where I was stationed, when they renovated the barracks there, they got crates. Oh, I wish those could have gone. They destroyed all the weapons instead of putting them to museums.
Yeah, they destroy them. It's sad.
Yeah.
Wow. No, would be damn interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we
We've got a few ranges. I don't say they need to be able to be out. Yeah. They don't need to be going out to the hands of civilians, but
no, but museums.
At least museums could have used them.
Yeah.
At the end of the Second World War, they dug some deep holes and dropped a lot of ordnance in them, and it's all still a big secret, and naturally, and yeah, so dotted around Australia are these rather large arms caches, and of course off the coast, our sea is littered with it where they used to just take it out in barges and throw it all overboard into the deeper sections of the ocean, which is not easy to find here.
Were you ever in Mannheim, Hank?
Australia. I remember back in the. I was TDY in Mannheim for 90 days.
Is that punishment?
Hey, what's up, man?
No. I was actually doing a medical rotation in the prison.
Oh, okay. Bravo. Yeah. How's it going, mate?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad.
Hello, Ken.
Hey, what's going on, Hank, man? It's good stream so far, dude.
Sir?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. That shit was hilarious earlier.
Shaved the head since I saw you last.
Yeah. This morning about 5:30.
I'm sure it seemed like a good idea at the time.
Actually, it did. It's actually it's nice.
As long as you didn't shave the beard off, I'm.
Oh, dude, that's the last thing will go.
That would have been that would have been extreme measures.
Oh my god, the beard is the last thing that will ever go. I can lose the rest of the hair on the rest of my body, the beard stays. It's like, man, yeah. I got honestly, I just got tired of like every time I wash my hair or something like that, just seeing it just backing off further and further. So I was like, you know what, asset denial.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've never been keen on it. I saw a young guy who was about 28, and he shaved his head for one of those charity things, shaving his hair off. And, and he had beautiful black hair. and he shaved it off, and it all came back salt and pepper.
Oh.
And I saw that, and I went, "Oh my lord, I'm never ever shaving my head." Plus, it'd be one of the ugliest heads in the world if I shaved this thing.
Oh yeah, I'm not. I mean, I've got like ridges and scars and stuff like that. So, like, that's 90% of the reason why I hadn't done it until now. But like last night, I was just like, I was tired. My daughter was sick. My youngest daughter was sick, and we were just up all night. And I washed my hair, and I was like, you know what? I'm tired of looking at this bitch going away. I'm just gonna take it all myself. You know.
Be proactive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it worried me is there'd be some awful scarring up on the head. It's been banged on a few times.
Oh yeah. It's like I've split my skull open. I just ripped the flesh apart. There's a couple spots up there that looks pretty dangerous, but
yeah, I like leading with my head. Oh, that hurt.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you're gonna test the strength of something, why not just use your face?
It's always a policy.
Yeah. I mean, shit. It just seems like a great idea at the time.
Yeah. Had you ever seen any of Kick's content before?
I hadn't. But what I have seen is fucking legendary.
He's cool, Kick.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
he might not be a lawyer yet, but he's well educated in law so far. To the point he's at. He will let you know that he's not 100% on, but it's not very often.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, just from what I've seen today, I mean, the dude can make a hell of an argument.
Oh yeah, he's going to be a good advocate.
Yeah. Yep. And you know, even if he wasn't, versed in the law, he kind of gave my, just the ass chewing that he gave that guy, that Rogue, I think his name was.
Yeah,
The ass chewing
Rogue
alone was worth every second.
Oh yeah.
I was like, anytime you start talking about apologizing to trees, you have my attention.
You'd probably like his panel he did last night going after PayPal paying the individual with the shirt sales.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the day that some bitch just gets what's coming to him.
Yeah.
Archangel talking about EOD, man. I was stationed at the same base where their school's at in Florida. And those boys don't play either.
I'm not up on the American acronyms. What's an EOD?
Explosive Ordnance Disposal.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be whatever it is here.
One of the UXO.
Yeah, UXO.
Unexploded ordnance.
Yeah.
UXB. Actually, just use bomb.
Yeah.
Guys, just a little heads up, but Mark Sanders says that Pinhead has got a live going on right now about last night's ass chewing. Just FYI. PayPal Payne.
Yeah.
He's supposedly live now.
About
last night's ass chewing.
Give him no views.
Yeah, he's probably taking victory laps. How well he proved his points.
I was out doing
in his own deranged mind.
All I gotta say is, whoever turns around
Go
and
ahead.
sees it, please turn around and capture it so we can all see it later.
Yeah, I remember dealing with a major from the Australian Army. We were doing a cultural heritage survey out in the local park here, and we came across an old US military setup. It had, those World War II bloody posts for the barbed wire and stuff, and they'd built a little dam out here in the scrub, and we came across it, thought it was fascinating, and we contacted the Army just to find out what the hell this was.
Yeah.
And they went, oh, you just can't go near that. No, because evidently it used to be used as a firing range back in the Second World War. And we go, oh, yeah, fascinating. I said, but we want to go back out there. And they went, oh, we'll have to send out someone with you. So they sent out this major. And we get out there, and he spends half an hour showing us bits of shrapnel and stuff and explaining that these things get super hot and they spin at X thousands of kilometers and they'll rip off limbs and do all this horrible damage to you. And that is pretty well terrified out of our little wits. And then the bugger, he's got a little bloody metal detector, and he's waltzes off. He says, you know, walk Indian file, stay behind me. You know, they go wandering off, and we're all lined up behind him. And the bugger, we just get into the scrub. Next moment, his little machine goes beep. And we just froze like statues. Just going, oh my God, the machine beeped. It's a bomb. Shit. And we're just frozen solid in the bugger. He'd been running the thing over his boot eyelets to check if it was still working. And he gets about 20 yards ahead of us, and he turns around and he looks at us. Well, he's like you. He nearly wet himself. We're just the statues frozen in spot. Oh, Jesus, it scared the shit out of us.
Oh, my God. See, I'd have done something like that just to fuck with people.
Yeah. I'm sure it was. To some extent they did when they were training people, but it scared the living daylights out of us. You can imagine a bunch of historians. We're just glued to the spot. Fuck, man, it's a bomb.
Oh, shit, we're about to see somebody turn into pink mist. Fuck.
Yeah, it's going to be us. All that shrapnel he was telling us about.
At one of my deployments, we had a Ford tank range set up that the troops could do the requalifications before they deployed home, so they actually got time off.
Yeah.
Well, it was a former Russian range. There was unexploded ordnance all over that range. Every time it rained, we would EOD would we had a it was either 4 or 6 man EOD team permanently stationed at the installation to take care of the ordnance when they would surface. The spot we had been parked. Yeah, well, the spot we had been parking our ambulance at for coverage of the range.
Oh shit!
We come in after a rainy day, and my driver's about to pull the ambulance in, and I yelled to him to stop because I saw something.
Oh shit!
I'm looking through the windshield. I can't. It looks what I think. If it's what I think it is, I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah. Oh shit!
I had him shut the engine. I had him shut the engine down, put the parking brake on, put a chock block so it wouldn't roll accidentally, and had him walk back up to the range tower. I got a little bit closer inspection of what I thought it was, and sure enough, it was the fin off of a Rockeye or not a Rockeye. It was a Russian anti-tank missile.
Holy crap!
Would have made sense to me to be a soft vehicle.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the ambulance would have been a soft vehicle.
It was semi-armored, but not that well armored.
Yeah. Not enough to take a not enough to take a tank round.
Yeah.
No.
Dude. Ugh.
And weapons don't discriminate.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Dude.
But yeah, I couldn't even get on the radio to get things shut down.
Yeah, because electronic signals and shit.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah. I had to get to a vehicle. My driver had stopped traffic on his way up to the range tower, and I got back to the vehicle that was about 100 yards away, informed him what was going on. EOD came out and couldn't move the ambulance when they blew the missile in place.
Oh shit!
Needless to say, we needed a new ambulance because the radiator was gone, the windshield was gone, nice hole in the patient compartment.
Yeah. Yeah, because they blow on
But
sight.
at least
They-
nobody
they-
was in it when it happened.
Yeah, because they blow on sight and they use typically they use C4 when they do.
Yeah.
That's a fucking boom.
Yeah.
Dude,
Well,
yeah,
folks, I'm gonna head out because my phone's almost dead, and I definitely have to get back to work here because I'm running way too late.
take it easy, Reaper.
All right.
How you going, man?
Ciao,
All right,
Rick.
guys.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Howdy.
Hey.
Damien, good to meet you. Good, sir.
Yeah,
How you doing, Damien?
checking for explosives at the gate, the base gate.
Not
yeah,
bad.
what the hell do you do if you
Yourself?
find one?
Yeah. There were when I was stationed in Florida. There were just the north side of Eglin Air Force Base missile and bomb test range, or one of the missile and bomb test ranges. And people go out there.
Yeah.
They have hunting that is allowed on base, just because it's such a huge base and there's such a huge problem with like bobcats and bears and pigs and stuff. And there'd be guys out there, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning going out for a hunt, and I'd be going in for work and I'd hear over the radio, "Hey, we got a UXO such and such spot," and they're just like, some poor bastards out there with this fucking teenager trying to shoot some pigs, and they just walked up on a bomb. That's awesome. Because they
Stuff
tested,
there.
they tested everything from they tested everything from like the little ground burst, just little bombs, all the way
Yeah.
up to all the way up to the Moab out there.
Oh,
So-
Jesus.
Yeah, so there was some shit. And if there was a dud, we're just gonna leave that one there. Nobody's gonna be walking around in there for a while, and they'd
Well,
get to it
in
when
the-
they could.
Well, I think it was in the early 90s, they were doing construction in London and found unexploded what was it, V1 rocket?
Oh, shit.
The buzz bomb?
Yeah. Dude. I believe it, though. I mean,
yeah.
London got the shit kicked out of it back in the war.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, they're always finding unexploded ordnance over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd hate to be a French farmer. I wouldn't be plowing any paddocks in France, man. It'd be, I'm not doing it.
Welcome to the panel, Damien. Do you have something you wanted to add?
Eddie?
No.
He's muted.
Damien?
There he is.
I seem to be
Yeah,
experiencing
you-
technical difficulties at the moment.
Oh, we can hear you now.
I seem to be experiencing technical difficulties at the moment.
And echo.
Might have to drop out and come back.
It sounds like you got your YouTube going in the background. Just go to the YouTube tab and mute your YouTube. Well, it sounds like you got your YouTube going in the background. Just go to the YouTube tab.
Oh, definitely is.
Oh, yeah. He'll be back.
Yeah.
Man. So, who's got the cat hanging out over their
Makes me a little.
I do. I'm sorry.
That's Lady D.
No, it's all good. It just kind of
Lady
reminds
D's
me.
just contented.
Yeah, it just kind of reminds me.
Either
of,
cat or somebody's in a Cessna.
I know, right? I was gonna say, might be like a 9-line hovering overhead or something. It's like, well, there might be a helicopter in the vicinity.
Yeah.
The only trouble we get around here is
It makes me a little nervous when. Yeah, makes me a bit nervous when somebody new comes up on the panel and doesn't speak right away.
But they just can't. Yeah. Yeah. I like what Steve. I like
It's kind of
what,
hard for him to get a word in edgewise sometimes.
Yeah, I like what Stephen Alley said here. Is that Biden? You don't have nuclear weapons or F-15s, and comes back to me. Does a Moab count?
Yeah, it's pretty effective.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near that blast radius.
No, that's the mother of all bombs, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
The one they dropped in
Yeah.
Afghanistan there at one
Yeah.
stage.
Yeah, that was the only time that thing's been used in combat, and did the job pretty well.
Yeah.
Didn't they drop like 4 of them in Afghanistan?
No, they were using daisy cutters primarily. The Moab,
Okay.
yeah, the Moab has only been used one time in combat, and that was back in 2017 after that special forces guy got killed.
Would have been
All right.
would have been a good device
You
in
got-
Vietnam
you got your
rather than
problem
using
fixed?
Puff the Magic Dragon.
Yeah.
Clear out a paddock of bush in one hit. Bush.
Yeah. Yeah. I think
What's
it
up,
was
Steve?
Steve.
Mr. Pender.
Yeah,
Hello.
it was developed after
Just a second.
during Vietnam.
Just a second, everybody. Kent, just a second. Damon, were you trying to say something?
No, I'm good. It's just my old ass iPhone tends to shit itself whenever I try and do something.
Okay. I thought I heard you in between some words and didn't know if you were trying to say something or not.
Nah, it's all good. Continue, Steve.
All right.
Yeah, but no, the Moab was developed during like right toward the end of Vietnam, but they really didn't start like doing any kind of heavy testing of it until the mid '90s. And
Okay.
then, yeah, they started. I think that the initial test drop of the final project or the final product was in 2002 or either 2003 or 2004. But that son of a bitch, when it went off, because I was being stationed there, I got to know a lot of the people that were around when it was first tested, and they said that when that thing hit, it knocked out windows 10 miles away.
Bloody Nora.
Yeah,
I can believe it.
And they obviously drew back on its payload because of that. But yeah, they were constantly having, when they test, they'd be like, okay, we're gonna be paying for a lot of windows here, guys.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too impressed for the civilians surrounding the place. Going, my God, my windows again.
Yeah. But
Well,
yeah,
I'm surprised they didn't use the Marshall Island testing ground.
yeah, it's just more cost effective to load it up on a C-130 and fly it around in one big circle over Northwest Florida than it is to try and fly it up to the Marshalls. The total test, the cost of testing and the thing was right up about $315 million just for the entire program. So that also included all the times they had to replace windows and all the damage and shit they had to repair on the civilian side of the fence. So yeah, that's something not many people take into account when they're testing on a military installation that's surrounded by a civilian populace.
Also,
Yeah,
if you ever stop by,
the Moab. Go ahead, Damon.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you ever stop by a Marvel Girls channel, make sure to ask her about the windows on her submarine.
Oh yeah.
Just make sure they close before
There's
diving.
149 of them.
114 windows.
Yeah.
And the screen
cool.
door.
149. She's got 149 windows on her pink submarine.
Yeah, must be a bugger sitting on the front porch then.
With a screen door.
It was. Kick built her a new computer. It had a hot pink case, and he named it the Pink Submarine. And whoever got his heart rate up the highest, that was going to be the number of windows. I'm air quoting that he was going to. That was the pink submarine was going to have, and I got his heart rate up to 149 beats per minute.
Holy crap!
Jesus, that's a medical
Up
worthy
to
issue.
150.
Jesus.
And according to Kick Thief, it's still sitting in the lounge room, I believe.
Yeah, I think she's still waiting on her new desk. Last I heard, she was still waiting on her new desk before she set it up.
Kick is not happy about that.
I watch
sure.
Artie with my heart in my mouth every time I see Artie doing his heart rate monitor thing, and man, that guy has some medical issues. He needs to see a doctor. He's going to drop dead on screen there one day.
Oh, Greg?
Yep.
Did you see it?
If you notice, Kicks.
Artie to play Dead Space.
Sorry, you're a bit soft, Damien.
Artie finally got. Kick finally
Kick
got.
finally got Artie to play Dead Space.
Yeah, the whole video
cool.
game.
That would have been awesome.
No,
Yeah.
it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
So how's everybody doing today?
Doing good, Steve. How you been?
A little bit of a busy weekend. My brother spent the weekend with us. I just took him home. So
Good stuff.
he's not doing too great right now. His cancer has relapsed.
Oh, shit.
Cool,
But just trying to keep his
Sorry to hear that.
spirits up, you know. Just keeping his spirits up and moving on. So
Damn.
it's actually it relapsed and it went to his liver. So
Oh, man.
That's not good.
Dude.
So, like I said, he got through the worst kind of cancer you could possibly have, and now he looks at this with his liver. He's like, "Yeah, we'll get through it," you know.
Yeah.
So
I mean, he survived stage 4 of. I mean, he got through stage 4 pancreatic and colon. So, to him, it's like, it's just liver.
Yeah.
So we medicated his liver a little bit last night with some bourbon.
Yeah, right.
That's the guy.
Little alcohol sterilizes a lot of things.
Trying to kill.
So yeah.
Yeah.
We killed a half a bottle last night. So.
It's a good start. Damn.
We
Good
weren't really drunk. It was mostly we were mixing it with ginger ale. So it wasn't
What were you
too bad,
drinking with ginger ale?
that like bourbon.
Oh, bourbon. With
Not
ginger
good
ale.
bourbon. You kidding me? I wouldn't put good bourbon in freaking ginger ale. No, you put shit bourbon in ginger ale. You put Jim Beam in ginger ale. That's shit bourbon.
It's what my daughter drinks. It's the Jimmy Beams.
Yeah.
That's what you got to put it in something just to choke it down. I mean, that's some awful bourbon.
I'm not a bourbon man.
But and I had a little bit of apple pie moonshine.
At
So
least have a chaser.
yeah, that was what the apple pie moonshine was.
Yeah, I remember years ago being in Sydney and having shots of scotch with a 10-ounce beer as the chaser. My God, that was a very drunken night. That one.
Sounds
I remember.
like a good time.
Oh, it was. Except I was trying to cross Victoria Street in Sydney and William Street. It's one of the main roads in the centre of the city. And I was that drunk. I tripped over on the zebra crossing and had to crawl the last half of the zebra crossing to the footpath. And got to the pub, which was just down the road from home, and I was staying it in to order a beer, and the publican just picked me up and took me home and knocked on the door and said, "I believe this is yours," and gave me to my brothers.
That, sir, is the definition of a pub crawl.
Oh, yeah, man. I was blind maggoted. But it was a good night out.
Yeah. See, some might think, like Hank and Steve might think that, I got drunk last night and said, "Fuck it, shaved my head." I think I only had 2 drinks last night. When I went upstairs to go to bed, I was sober.
I didn't. I noticed you shaved your head. I didn't say anything bad about it.
Oh, I know. I mean, I think it looks great. I mean, I'm debating. I'm thinking about.
Cover that, or else the glare off of it. You're not going to be able to hunt with the glare coming off of that. So.
I wear a hat.
Speaking of which, are we heading out to the farm
That's
next
what I
weekend?
make hats for.
That's my plan. That's my plan.
Okay, man. Yeah, I'll be.
Yeah, I've got that gator that I got. I'll wear that. I mean, it covers up pretty much everything except for my eyes, anyways. So, yeah.
A gator? You put an alligator on your head?
No, a
That
net
would
gator.
work?
No,
Net
net
gator.
gator. It's oh, where is that? It's not anywhere near here. It's in my hunting
A
bag.
balaclava.
Balaclava.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That makes sense. I'm thinking, a gator? Huh?
Yeah. That's what we called them in the desert. But yeah, I've got one of those that covers up pretty much everything but my eyes, so works out pretty good.
One thing I'm gonna say, I remember I saw someone say once, I wasn't that drunk. Their friend replied, "You threw a mushroom at a midget and said, 'Grow, Mario, grow.'"
I had one experience with being drunk when I turned 21. I was in college. I could drive over to the next county to buy liquor because I came from a state where you had dry counties and wet counties. Drove over, bought a bottle of Seagram's 7 and a bottle of 7-Up because somebody said Seagram's 7 and 7. That was the thing at the time.
Yeah.
This was the early 80s. We went to the state park, Lake Gardnell State Park, because I went to college in Russellville, Arkansas, and took a drink, took another drink. Oh, what is this thing about alcohol? What's the big deal? Took another drink, took another drink. I thought,
10 minutes later.
I didn't bother. And then all of a sudden, I remember somebody saying, "Don't put your head down." I put my head down and the whole thing came right back up over the coffee table. I have never taken another drink since. If that's the way it was coming out, no.
Oh man.
Just be glad it came
Okay,
out
but
front.
when someone says I wasn't that drunk, the word "that" applies. There's a frame of reference, and the frame of reference can
My
vary
first
quite a
time
bit.
experience, a beer from Permison's. We call it Perminator. I drank my first one. That's not too bad. So we were sitting there playing spades, and I had 2 or 3 more. Then I got up to go to the bathroom, and damn near fell over on the short trip. It all just hit me at once.
Well, I think that I mean, there's levels of drunk. There's Sam Kinison, Robert Downey Jr. / drunk. That's drunk.
Oh yeah.
That's fucking shit-faced drunk. And then there's feeling good. That's just about anybody else, really.
Yeah, I blew it on the...
Like on my birthday like on my birthday a couple of years back when I got drunk. That was Robert Downey Jr. drunk. That was fucking Sam Kinison drunk. Okay?
That was a good time.
I still can't believe I didn't fall out of the chair. But yeah, so when people say I wasn't that drunk, compared to what?
Yeah.
That's what I was.
I'm having more internet issues. Y'all keep freezing up on me.
Bit of lag going on.
Internet's been pretty bad lately.
Yeah, it has.
It really has.
Yeah. Well, I was seeing on a news feed that they're expecting higher than normal solar flare activity, which might have something to do with it.
Yeah, that's a surprise.
It's only at a KP level of 2 at the moment here, so it's not doing too bad. Once it gets up to 4, it starts screwing with the internet. But this year is supposed to be a massive solar explosion, if you like, and it's supposed to be really good. Like that time it took out the power grids and stuff. We're up to one of those again.
Oh, don't say that to the flat earthers. They'll get upset because the sun doesn't exist.
I've noticed
I'm
that.
gonna take out my backup, Jenny, if it happens.
I've noticed the correlation between flat earthers and soft SIDS. They tend to soft SIDS tend to believe in flat Earth, and vice versa.
Yeah. I tend to lump flat earthers in with. I tend to lump flat earthers in with socialists and communists. Like, if for whatever reason they all just, if for whatever reason they just all disappeared from the face of the planet, I wouldn't bitch.
Yeah, but hey, come on, it's
I
scientific
correlate them
communism.
along
No, they're not going to believe in flat Earth.
Yeah, I compare them to kind of drool monkeys. So.
Yeah. So I know some monkeys that fling their own poo that have a better idea about how the world works.
I used to put Karl Marx's photo at my front door in an attempt to dissuade religious canvassers. But most people didn't have a clue who the hell he was, and they'd just knock on the door and they'd go, "I'm here to spread God." And I'd point to the picture and say, "Don't you know who this guy is? What the fuck?" And they'd be going, "No." And oh, okay. So you spend 10 minutes explaining it to them, and then they'd leave.
Oh man.
Manny C says, "I'm not driving, I'm traveling." That's a soft statement for you.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. I did a review of one here in Australia last night. My first one. I'm waiting for the backlash today. I've been copping a bit of backlash before doing this, so I'm sure it's going to intensify a bit now. They get very
flat
angry.
Earth rabbit hole. I'm just glad I never went down the flat Earth rabbit hole. You cannot convince me that people actually think the Earth is flat. I just can't. No.
Well, it's not a matter of convincing people. It's not a matter of being convinced that people think that the Earth is flat. It's convincing the people that think the Earth is flat. That's the hard part. Or it's convincing people that the Earth is round that when they think that it's flat. That's the hard part, because it's like, have you ever tried talking to a brick wall?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
It becomes pointless.
It's a lot easier than that. It's a lot easier talking to the brick wall, trying to convince it that the world's round, than it is talking to a flat earther.
Or a self-SID.
Well, Ken and I
they
came
just
from
in
a group.
Fantasyland. Sorry?
Ken and I came from a community of people that went flat Earth in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they went nuts.
That's
just defies logic that the world's flat.
Yeah.
I mean, you just
This person defies logic too.
Yeah,
right.
True.
And when they deny space travel and they say space travel is fake, that is such a slap in the face to the not only the astronauts but the scientists behind it. It's just.
I just like asking them.
It's all a conspiracy. Don't forget.
They're claiming that their photographs were CGI decades before CGI existed.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean, or they're saying that it was all on the moon landing was on a set and shit, and like.
Well, there have been photographs. There have been photographs. The original one where you saw the moon, the Earth from the moon, that was fake. That was proved to be fake. They had to admit it was fake.
Oh, okay.
You know, that picture of the Earth rising on the horizon of the moon. When you take that photograph and put it in Photoshop and then change the lighting effect on it, you can see the box where it was cut out and just dropped in. But they admitted that. They said, "Hey, we didn't have a good photograph, so we made one." Big deal.
The damage it's caused ever since.
Don't live flat Earth.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, that was the big smoking gun for the flat Earth. Is the big smoking gun?
They would have been stoked with that. Look, I told you, it's all a conspiracy. I always like asking them, "What's the point of the conspiracy? What do you think they're achieving by pretending that we're going into space, spending millions and billions of dollars, and thousands of people all in on the conspiracy, and not one of them's given up the game yet?"
Yeah, well, they say that NASA was all just to get these unaccounted for funds to use for their little black projects.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and really a more plausible explanation would be the one that I've heard a lot of, and that's to basically cause Russia to bankrupt itself and its space program.
I thought that was Space Wars.
Yeah, but yeah, that was. I mean, the whole space, the whole space race was especially. I mean, it's a good reason. I'd want to bankrupt Soviet Russia too, but I mean, they were already doing a pretty good job of it themselves.
Well,
but,
Ronnie Reagan did a good job of it. He had them really stressed out.
Yeah.
We were just sort of sitting there going, "Oh God, the Yanks are going to start bushfires."
I can remember.
Well, it
very
gave them
well
something to.
Go ahead, Liddy.
Well, I was just going to say, I
It
can
gave them something to blow
very
the budget
well.
on.
Go ahead, Hank. It's your show.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
Now there's a bit of lag
Let
going
the
on.
lady speak.
It gave the Russians something to blow their budget on other than weapons of mass destruction.
That's true.
Yep.
I can remember
Hey
very
guys,
well.
I gotta step out. I gotta run in the store.
All right, Steve.
All right, Steve.
Okay, Steve.
I'll be
Cheers,
back.
Steve.
You guys still on. Talk to you in a few.
All right, buddy.
I was just going to say, I can remember very well, 7 years old, sitting on the living room floor at my father's feet and watching my father cry right along with Walter Cronkite when they landed on the moon. That will never be fake to me. Nobody will ever convince me that that was fake.
I was stoked. We got half a day of school to go home and watch it.
Oh, wow.
And the funny thing was, my backdoor neighbor, he was a couple of years older than I was, and he had a telescope. And he said, "Come on, we can see the men on the moon. Come on, we can go outside and see the men on the moon." You know.
Please tell me
But
you
it
didn't
was
fall for that.
even no, I knew better. But it was in my little 7-year-old mind, though, to look at the moon through the telescope and know that men were up there. That was a pretty mind-blowing thing to a little 7-year-old mind.
God, yeah. And for years after that, the go-to toy was a lunar module. I made so many of the damn things.
Yep. You could get that, what was that model kit, those popular model kits
Yeah.
that you could get. I even had them.
Yeah, glue it all together and, I've got a lunar lander.
Yeah, they certainly did a pretty good job inspiring an entire generation to not suck at life. You know? So
JFK in his inspiring speech.
yeah. So yeah, I'm good with that. It just sucks that it only took a couple of generations to just turn out into what we're dealing with today.
Yeah.
It's just like, God, you guys need something to look forward to in life. Need a challenge. God.
And of course, if they're going down that path, you just know they believe the chemtrail story. Oh, yes, they're using vaccines in the chemtrails. And you go, why would they bother?
Yeah.
For God's sake, there's much better ways of vaccinating the population than flying planes over the top spraying.
Yeah.
From 33,000 feet in the air, you moron. Oh, no, it's true. Oh, for fuck's sake. And then you try and explain basic physics, super cold air. Thing doing 300 or, 600 mile an hour has heat, friction.
Yeah.
Friction, cold air.
Exhaust particulate coming off the engines. I mean, that's all it is. It's just it's condensation, and it's the exhaust particulate and what moisture is in the that kind of that exhaust that's crystallizing to form those trails. That's all it is.
That's it.
I mean, hell, I spent 8.5 years in the Air Force working on planes. I mean, that was duh.
I remember the first time I ever went parachute jumping and got to 10,000 feet. I couldn't believe how fucking cold it was.
Yeah,
it is freezing up there.
Yeah, and most planes, especially go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, the Air Force spent billions of dollars figuring out ways to minimize the contrails.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sorry.
I was saying I worked on B-52s for the first half of the time that I was in the military, and I mean their average, altitude, their average flight altitude is between 45 and 65,000 feet, and they're not efficient planes. So when they get up there, I mean, of course you're going to see trails coming off the back of planes.
Yeah.
And the ones these days, I mean, the only time you really see trail off of modern aircraft is when during certain temperature gradients between like the surface and up there where they're at. On a hot day in Texas, it's still 15, 20 degrees up at 35,000 feet.
That's
so
it.
Shit's gonna freeze.
Yep.
Yeah, but they figured out how to eliminate the contrails from the stealth.
Oh yeah.
The F-117s and the B-2s.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they run their exhaust through a dryer.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Take all the moisture out.
Yep.
Mm. Yeah, it would be a bit of a giveaway if you were lighting them up with a SAM or something.
Yeah, right.
It's a nice trail hanging out the back of the plane. Well, I suspect the plane is at the beginning of that trail. Let's blow the shit out of that.
Yeah, and they're not fast planes.
It's not like the SR-71 when it would fly over Russia.
Yeah.
They could see it on the radar. I think the closest the Russians got to shooting it down was they missed it. By the time the missile was up to the right altitude, they were already like 20 miles away from that point.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they missed the shit out of that plane.
Not like when they shot down that X-1 many, many moons ago.
Yeah. Yeah, the SR-71 over Russia, the one that got shot at. I mean, the air crews saw the freaking trail from the missile coming up, and they're like, "Hey, we got to get out of here, guys." So,
Hit the accelerator.
Yeah, when they punched it, by the time they backed up the throttle, they were in another country.
Yeah, true that.
Yeah.
I mean, they weren't playing.
Yeah, when it would get back over international airspace and they'd throttle back, they would make it to the U.S. coast before they would be back down to a normal cruising speed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah. I think it still holds the record for the fastest flat time from one side of the United States to the other too. It's like something like 2.5 or 3 hours.
Wow, that is quick.
Yeah.
I mean, in a commercial jet, it takes about 4 hours to cross the Australian continent.
Yeah. But yeah,
That's down the bottom end.
Yeah. Of course, that was before the. There's some law, some treaty or something like that, especially in the United States, where you're not allowed to break the sound barrier below a certain ceiling.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
because damaging people's property and shit. People start bitching and complaining.
Yeah.
Like me, I look at it like, hey, that's just the sound of freedom going over. I'm good with it.
The Air Force occasionally gets into trouble. The Amberley Air Base is just up the road from here, and when they had the the F-111s and upwards, they had to be very careful, especially when they got the F-16s, and they'd punch the accelerator on that, and it'd take all the windows out of the houses beneath it. And that cost the Air Force a fair bit of money, so they came to some very strict rules now about their flying.
Oh yeah.
Well, the Concorde could have.
Yeah, I was going to say something about the Concorde. Little Rock Air Force Base, the Concorde went down there they had a Concorde there for an air show once, and I remember they had to get special permission to break the sound barrier over the land so that people could see what it was like, to experience it, but they had to get special permission to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they brought the Concorde out here. It just simply wasn't allowed to do the sonic boom over land. It had the only time it could do it was over the water. And it never flew here on a regular basis. It just came out from one of the air shows.
Yeah, I read somewhere that if they were able to keep the sound, they weren't able to go when they left from France. They weren't able to go get up past the sound barrier until they were over the ocean.
Yeah.
And they had to slow back down before they reached. I think they were saying they could have cut another half hour to an hour off the flight time if they didn't have that to consider.
Yeah, but you'd have a lot of upset people underneath it.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I'm just saying they did it for good reason, but they didn't have that in the way. It would have severely cut the short time down.
Yeah.
It's amazing the power
the
that comes out of
SR-71.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's breaking the sound barrier, but it's in the upper stratosphere.
Yeah,
you just don't hear it at the ground.
Yeah, I mean their flight altitude is above 60,000 feet, if I remember right, and up that high, it's like
if they went much higher, they would have been in space.
Oh shit! Okay,
yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
and the SR-71 was actually had the power.
Yeah, they could get up in low orbit.
It could have left. They could have gotten broken out into orbit, but it could not. It didn't have the heat shielding or anything to survive the reentry.
Yeah. I mean
what causes the halo behind the plane when it breaks the sound barrier? What causes that halo?
The pressure differential between the wing and the air coming off of it. It's kind of like it's compressing the air so much that it actually condensates when that happens. So it's crazy how it happens. But yeah, the way the aircraft is shaped, when it punches past the sound barrier, it compresses the air around the aircraft to a point where it actually condensates into it.
So then, is that the actual boom?
No, the boom is the pressure wave. So when it compresses that air and then the pressure's gone, that's when it creates the sound.
Okay, that stuff fascinates me, and I never had anybody to ask, so thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
It's a bit like I think it was the Israelis first used it, where they were using the jet fighters down low and actually killing the troops on the ground by booting it along, and then the pressure wave coming off the aircraft would wipe out the troops.
Yeah, B-1, the B-1 bomber does that for a show of force.
Wow.
So they don't even have to drop a bomb. They'll just come in and light up afterburners and just bust the sound barrier about 150 feet off the ground.
Yeah,
and it's a bad day for anybody underneath them.
Oh shit! Yeah.
During one of my deployments, we had a situation that we needed. The Navy was close enough by to lend us a hand, and they sent 2 Tomcats over, and they were full burners when they passed over us.
Woo.
Yeah,
moving.
Yes.
Yeah. We had one crew still up in the guard towers, and it knocked them out of the guard tower.
Yeah, I was about to say they weren't in that guard tower for long, were they?
Blown out of their socks.
Well, they were the first ones to see the plane coming, and they went out on the deck where the ladder was to come down.
Yeah.
And they're pointing at it to say to try and let people know what was coming in. By the time we heard what they were trying to we figured out what they were trying to say. They were passing over us.
Oh man!
And took all 3 of them down off the tower.
Whew.
We've got an annual show here in Brizzy, and it used to be called the Firestorm, Fire Rain. I can't remember now, but it used to be the old F-111s, and it had come up the river, following the course of the Brizzy River, and then it'd light up the afterburners and go straight up, and it was just awesome seeing that long flame. But the first time they did it, I was at my sister's house, and next minute the whole flat's shaking, and everything goes reddy yellow sort of colour. And we're all shitting ourselves wondering what the hell was going on. It was just an F-111 practicing for the fire show. River Fire, that was the name of it, River Fire. And now they do with the F-16, but it doesn't have the afterburners, not the whatever our latest jets are. They don't have the afterburners like the Flying Pig. The Flying Pig was awesome.
I think we still get the USS hand-me-downs, don't we?
Yeah, we've still got a shitload of F-111s in storage, just in case. I mean, they were a brilliant aircraft.
And not all the arms that we give Australia's hand-me-downs. I think they already got F-30 the F-35. So,
and they're about to get a bunch of new
Think
nuke subs. So
yeah, I think
there's that.
Yeah, it's a worry, that one.
Yeah, kind of pissed France off, but
yeah. But I mean, Jesus Christ, do we really need another diesel submarine? Let's go get tin cans and bang them around in the ocean and see who shoots at us.
All right.
But I mean, we had the Oberon class submarines. They were pretty cool. There's one about 200 miles inland, sitting on in the middle of a park in a small town, and it's a full. They just took the whole submarine and put it in this park, and it's awesome to play on that one. You can't get inside.
Well, diesel subs are able to run pretty damn quiet. It's just not very long because they got to go off of battery power.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, well, I mean, they did some pretty good shit with those Oberon submarines. They were pretty awesome. I wouldn't like to be out in the middle of Moreton Bay and have one pop up beside me. I'd shit myself completely.
Yeah, right. That'd be an interesting story. Be like, yeah, I was sitting there fishing, getting ready to pull in a tarpon or something like that, and all of a sudden this big fucking submarine just pops up right next to me.
That'd be awesome.
Like, the only thing I caught was the shit running down my pants.
Yeah, there's a video clip that's doing the rounds on YouTube and Facebook, and it's of a group of Aussies in a little fishing boat, and they approach one of our frigates out in the water, and the frigate's going, "Hey man, you're entering our exclusion zone here. We'd advise you to turn around and piss off." And these guys are ha 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 ha, and one guy in the boat's got enough brains to go, "Hang on, boys, stop it. These guys will, they'll end up taking us out."
There's a 20 mil cannon.
Yeah,
it's pointing right at us. I'm turning this fucker around.
Yeah, stop. And of course, the Navy guys must have been wetting themselves laughing while they were playing with these guys on the radio. Going, "I advise you to turn around
and go
change course now."
Leave the beer.
Yeah.
Matter of fact,
especially
come on
after.
up, leave the beer, then leave.
Exactly.
Well, after the USS Stark, they don't play with letting small craft get near their ships any longer.
Oh yeah,
that's right. And our ships aren't dry. Our sailors get their issue of grog. The army used to guarantee you 2 cans of beer a day, and the saying is, "You're entitled to 2 cans of beer a day, maybe."
Shit. At least they had actual beer. Man, we got 3 beers a day in Qatar, and then once we got into the desert, it was near beer, and it was fucking O'Doul's.
Good. I don't know what that is. It doesn't sound good.
It was horrible.
In my collection of NSN, I still have the NSN for Budweiser and Miller.
Oh, hell yeah. Dude, I picked up the NSN for beer. It didn't have Miller or Coors. It just said beer. It was a keg.
That'd be a worry.
Still reserve.
Beer doesn't have a good life, lengthy shelf life.
When I came across it, the unit of issue was a pallet.
Holy shit! Well, that's if you're ordering for your entire. Well, for me it'd be a squadron. For you it'd be company, I guess. But yeah, shit. Like I did. Go ahead.
There was, they why they didn't take them completely out of the system I don't know, but they left it in the system, and it was the only unit of issue it recognized was a pallet.
Dude, like,
I'm told by some of the older generation supplies I've talked to that you could order them by the case, but
yeah,
like,
that'd be awesome.
I mean,
Yeah.
it was part of the morale and welfare packs. You get cases of beer for the troops in the field.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I found the stock number for an M1 Abrams one day, and I looked I looked at my boss. I was like, "Hey, I just found this stock number. Can I get one for the unit?" Yeah, I was like, he was like, "What?" I pulled it up. I pulled it up on our system, and I was like, "No shit. Here's a stock number for an M1 Abrams tank, fully loaded." And he was like, "That's awesome, but don't you dare fucking buy that shit." I was like, "Come on."
Well,
some bean canner somewhere would have had it.
I know, right? It's like, what's an aircraft maintenance unit in Afghanistan trying to buy a fucking tank for?
Well, that comes in handy.
There was one of the FOBs in Bosnia that they made the mistake. The item they wanted and a destroyer anchor was 2 digits superimposed in the NSN.
Oh no! So they ended up with an anchor.
Try and explain that one.
Fuck it, I can imagine the C-17 coming in that day, just being like, "Hey, yeah, we're gonna need a forklift. No, not that forklift. We need a bigger forklift."
Yeah,
we've got an anchor.
Who ordered the anchor? It's a bunch of soldiers. What?
They opened the budget up so much shit was going through without getting properly vetted. That one was just an honest mistake.
Yeah. Oh man.
I was pulling a joke on my motor sergeant. The Humvee that they deployed us with was, I mean, just in complete crap condition.
Okay. Let's see.
So I just put the NSN for the Humvee down on my first line of the 2404 and put in op, and I sent it up to the motor chief as a joke.
Oh no!
I had the real real PMCS done, ready to turn into him as soon as I was expecting him in short order to be hollering for us to come with the real info.
Yeah.
No, they turned into the NSN.
No shit.
Less than 2 weeks later, we got a brand new freaking Humvee.
That's awesome, sir. Congratulations, sir. That is magic. It's like
my commander commandeered the new Humvee, and we got his.
Well, of course.
When the Australian Air Force, the Army, I think, ran the Hueys in Vietnam, when they sent over our Huey detachment, we actually came home with an extra Huey that we built out of spare parts from American Hueys. Yeah. Typical Australian Army. Don't leave anything laying around. We will nick it.
I mean, honestly, y'all guys should have done the pullout for America, because man, my God, Biden's pullout game is horrible.
No, that was insane.
I mean, just look at Hunter. I mean, dude, you know from just him having Hunter Biden, President Biden's pullout game is garbage.
Yeah. Man, I couldn't believe that. I mean, that was the one thing that worried me the whole time, was how the hell anyone was going to get out of Afghanistan. It's always been a bad time.
Yeah.
But to close down your major Air Force base before you get your troops out is just, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, dude, they left a C-1. They left a C-1.
When we started closing the
C-130.
They left a fucking C-130.
Everywhere we deploy, we've left equipment behind. But at least normally when we leave
blow it up.
Equipment behind, we either gave it to a stable government or disable it.
Yeah. No, they left a fully functioning C-130 on the fucking ground. Just, here you go. Have a plane.
Now if the Afghanistan Air Force has the second largest fleet of Black Hawks.
Yeah.
Of course, I haven't worked that out.
Depends on how many of them they've.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, they
think
keep trying, but they keep crashing them.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think they've already crashed like 7 or 8 of them.
Yeah,
So-
they showed one on the film, but all they were doing was taxiing around the place with it. And I was thinking, I wouldn't be getting in that plane with those dudes.
Nah.
Not on your Nelly.
Dude.
They get comfortable with taxiing around. They think they can handle taking off, and then
That landing's a
well,
bitch.
they can't. Then, well,
it's
I mean, they're
well,
gonna
once
land.
yeah.
Oh man, but now going back
How many
to the,
pieces you're in at the end of that landing?
Nah, that's up for debate.
Yeah.
Every couple of minutes, I
Well-
look down again and think Vilified Freedom's joined the chat.
Yeah. And then now going back to
I got seriously beat every man.
what's
Great
that?
beat.
Oh,
He
thank
drops in now and then.
But now going back to crazy fucking supply stories.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh no, you're good, man. You're good. So I've got 2. Both of them were from Afghanistan, and both of them were because I was special operations. The first one, I had a C-130 come back with a bad generator, and I mean they have 4. They have some spares, but they really like to fly with all 4 generators being operational, which I can understand. So I had this bad generator, and I was looking through this, looking through all our supplies and everything like that. And there was nothing in Afghanistan. There was not another C-130 generator in Afghanistan. So I was like, "Fuck." Okay. Well, I called around to some of the supply shops that I knew, Qatar, Djibouti, fucking Germany, and the closest C-130 that I could find was in Africa. Okay. So I was like, hey, look, this plane's hot. This plane's supposed to fly out on a mission in like 8 hours. I need this generator, like ASAP. So I had a C-130 diverted from Africa on its way to Germany. Turn around, come back down, land, pick up a fucking generator, and fly to Afghanistan with this goddamn 150-pound generator for me.
You gotta like that.
Yeah, I was like, well, that's service with a smile. I was cool with that.
Yeah.
And then I got tasked one night with, because we had some asshole aircrew members that were stationed in Mildenhall in England. They were like, well, we like our planes nice and bright when we fly. And I'm like, y'all guys are special operations. It's supposed to be dark, night vision and shit. But if you want to brighten up the place, I know the trick. So on their request and on orders from my commander, well, my commander said, go ahead and fucking do it, just to shut him up. So I went in and bought $750,000 in LED cargo light bulbs. Little fucking bulb, probably about 2 inches long, about 1 inch wide.
Yeah.
900 fucking bulbs.
To light up an aircraft.
Well, I did that. I bought enough bulbs to cover every plane that we had in Afghanistan.
Okay.
Yeah, we had 9 aircraft over there, so I bought enough light bulbs to light up every plane, and I did white light and green LED for for the night vision stuff. But the bitch of it all was me and 2 other guys were the only ones that were qualified to change out every fucking bulb in the aircraft.
Oh, that would have sucked.
It's like, oh. So I was like, well, fuck. I just fucked myself. But I was like, I guarantee you these motherfuckers better not come down bitching because it's too bright.
Oh, yeah. Take those bulbs out. Everyone can see us coming.
Yeah. And no shit. Oh, not even a week later, the same aircrew comes back. It's too bright in here. Can you replace these bulbs again? I want the originals. I'm like, nope. You can fuck all the way off, sir. I mean, this is me. I was an E5. But I was the highest ranking E5. I was the highest ranking person in my shop.
Yeah.
And I was telling this to a fucking major, like in 04. I was like, "You sir can shut the fuck up. You asked for this. This is what you get."
So an E5, what's like a warrant officer?
No, I was a staff sergeant.
Staff sergeant. Yeah.
The staff sergeant.
Yep.
So
we have a slightly different crazy rank system. Borrowed from the British.
Oh yeah.
It's the lowest ranking non-commissioned
Yeah.
Lowest ranking non-commissioned officer in the Air Force.
Yep.
No, okay. Yeah, well, the military, that'd be a Y1 or a Y2. I can never remember which one's the higher. You know, warrant officer, first class, second class. I think it must be second class.
Yeah, see, for us, well, even in the Air Force doesn't even have warrant officers anymore. I think they're trying to get them back, but warrant officers are kind of a blend between officer and enlisted. Typically, it's like the Marines and the Army that have them, and they're typically your chopper pilots.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, the ones that I know.
Maintenance warrants.
Oh, no shit.
logistical warrants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
there's a lot of different types of warrant officers.
Yeah, the warrant officers that I know are all helicopter pilots.
The only NCO that you have to fear in our military is a regimental sergeant major, the dude with the swagger stick who bellows and screams all the time.
Yeah, we have something like that, and I know the Army does, but yeah, in the Air Force, our E9s, they're the highest ranking enlisted we can get. E9s, they're more political, they're upper echelons of the unit and more political. But the E7s and E8s, those guys, they don't play.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can get away with some shit. They're fun guys. They're cool to hang around with. But man, you piss them off. You get on their bad side. It's a bad day.
Yeah, I was carting the first military district band around for a while, and the RSM was a true RSM. He was ramrod stiff, and he would just bellow in normal talk. And I used to delight in informing him that I wasn't a member of his little army, and that he couldn't talk to me like that. And he used to have kittens, but he was a really nice guy. He really was. But man, when they'd load and unload my truck, I'd have a unit, and that's their job, just to run this shit out to the truck, put it in the truck, and run it off again. And man, he would be out there and he'd just be snap, 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 and these guys would be just whoom.
Oh yeah.
They did not fuck ref this guy. He was awesome. And his little swagger stick, I just love that swagger stick. You're the and across parade ground, you'd be going, oh my god.
Yeah. I don't think I ever knew anybody that.
My mom tells a funny story. She was in the Coast Guard in World War II with my dad. They were both sent to Pearl Harbor, but she outranked my dad. But she said when they were in training, they had to go. I can't remember where they were in Florida, and the Marines trained them, of course, because they were Coast Guard. And my mom said the man that was training them did not, to be stuck training women, it was like a punishment for him. And he had the little swagger stick, and she said he was just terrible to him, just treated him like dirt. But my mom also said that she knew that if something happened, and he would be the first one there to help him. But all he thought having to train those women was he was being punished for something.
He probably was.
Well, true.
It's like, he probably he was either being punished or he lost a bet.
Your boots weren't very polished this week, so you're going off to train the women. Good Lord.
But he really liked my mom because he put her in that. I guess I don't understand all the military stuff. I find it fascinating, but I don't understand a lot of it. And I guess when you're marching, you have the pivot person.
Yep.
And he made my mom the pivot. She was the pivot, so I guess he liked the way she marched or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, it's usually your better marcher is going to be your pivot person.
Yeah.
So at least he had that.
But it was always a joke in our household that mom outranked dad in the Coast Guard. She was a yeoman first class and he was a yeoman second class, and she never let him forget it.
I remember we had an RSM that used to come out and train us at the cadets in marching, and he was mean, but I mean, we were really wanted to be very military and march properly. And I'll never forget, this was the Vietnam days, and he used to sit there and he'd go, "You blokes march better than the bloody the conscripts do." You know, the Nashos, as they were called here. And, "You bloody Nashos." And, oh, God, he was a fierce bugger. I would hate to have been being trained by him. I mean, it was all right with us. It wasn't as if he could tear us apart. We were just kids. Yeah. But even then, he was still not short of bellowing at us. And you made sure that you marched in time and in step with your hands and arms in the right position. You had to come to attention. And of course, our salute's a bit stranger. It's, you know,
yeah, it's like you're waving hi at people.
Yeah, but you know, and then it's got to come down the front. I can't remember now. I couldn't do it to save my life. But back then, you had to learn to salute properly. Otherwise, this guy would rivet into you. And then you're standing there for the next 10 minutes just going, salute, salute, salute.
Yep. Afghan jumping jacks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he didn't mind making us all do star jumps if we pissed him off too much. Sit there going, "Stop! You're not getting high enough there." But it was cool. It was a good experience, and luckily I slept in on the day I was supposed to go for my interview for to join the army. I wouldn't have survived. I was a teenager, man. I needed 14 hours sleep a day. If someone had woken me up at 5 o'clock in the morning to go run around a paddock, I would have abused them. Only once, I'm assuming.
Just a second, Greg.
Yeah.
See you, King Leo. Thanks for all your help, buddy.
King Leo. He's cool.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, now that I've broken, thanks to Archangel, I now have 25 subs, so now I have to start adding content to my shit. It's like, crap.
Yeah.
Most of my stuff's from like 3 or 4 years ago, and it's just like, now I gotta start doing stuff again. Crap.
Yeah, I had my, I think, amongst one of my shortest things last night. I had the horrible experience of being up there by myself for a very long time, and that was a little intimidating. And then John Golf ended up jumping up and joining me, which was pretty cool. And but yeah, it was stressful to say the least. It only ended up 2 hours long, and I'm going, "No, that's it. I've had enough. I'm out of here. See yous."
Yeah.
I was screwed.
Oh, this panel's been going almost 4 hours now.
Nice.
Yeah. And I'm about ready to go ahead and wind it down, though.
Yeah, it does. I
internet's still
find the 4
dodgy.
hour. Yeah. In the 4 hour mark, you start feeling it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Did you see Tonic's 24 hour yesterday was hilarious. I could hear him there in the final bit of it he was doing, and you could hear his voice was already going. I doubt if he can speak this morning.
I couldn't imagine.
I did a 7.5 hour one, and I had to have 2 days away from the computer because I just couldn't talk.
Yeah, I bet. So,
It wouldn't be so bad if I wouldn't have the internet issues. It's just
it sucks.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
I'll be the first to jump off, Hank. Thank you very much. I'm sorry if I got a little loud and a little carried away there at one point. Gets my
problems.
anger up, but thank you all, and good night, everyone.
It was a pleasure to speak with you, lady.
You too, Damien.
Yep, pleasure meeting you.
Okay,
Take care.
bye-bye.
Yep.
Okay, thanks for having me. Bye.
Yep. And yeah, I'm probably gonna bounce out next too because my wife's standing right there. So hey, Hank, good times, man. Yep, good times, man. I appreciate you having me up. It's a great time as always, brother. So,
all right. Thanks for coming up, bud.
yep, Greg, Damien, good seeing you guys. Y'all guys have a
Ken,
good
lovely
night.
meeting you, mate.
You too, brother. Thank you. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks for having us up, Hank. Always learn something new on your shows. It's always fascinating. So, and I'll say good night and have a good one, mate.
Yep. And I'll probably see you on your panel in the morning.
I'll take that as my
Alright.
cue. Thank you, Hank, for letting me join. And I'll catch you later, mate.
Yeah. All righty. Have a good day. All right. Thanks for everybody in chat that showed up. Hope you enjoyed. The links for the link for Kick is in the description, and also the link for Kenny Klein's TV panel that had, if you want to see the whole whole interaction between Kick and Rogue Nation, or Rogue Nation. All right. Well, y'all have a great day. Have a wonderful day. It's a wonderful day to have one. Goodbye, everybody. Oh, wait a second. Thought I had this queued up right, but here we go. Everybody have a wonderful day. It's a wonderful day to have one. Goodbye.